Welcome to the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series and the NHRDA Chase for the Championship. My name is Scott Heaton. I'm joined by Randy Cole, and we're at the inaugural event for 2025. No better place to be than right here, right now. Last night, Pickett Custom Trucks brought us 250 super cool show and shines. We had the big rig light show. Today we've got the show and shine. There's a dyno, there's vendor row, and obviously we're going drag racing.
Dude, I'm telling you, what a way to kick off diesels in the desert, right? I mean, yesterday everybody's blaming me. I'm from Washington. I didn't bring the rain. I'm telling you I didn't bring the rain. Everybody down here says they need the rain. We didn't need the rain. But still, I mean, last night, 11 o'clock, I went out there. You could not drive through the semi-trucks. There's so many people out there walking. The families get to see all the lights. The kids get to check out the guys hitting their Jake brakes and their horns. I mean, what a great night to kick it off.
What a way to start it. And now today we're going to get into the meat of it because we've got an opportunity to see world records. You cannot win the championship today, but you can dig yourself a hole. It's only 4 rounds this year. We're here in Arizona. We're going to move on to Oklahoma, then into Montana, and finish out in Texas. So really the day starts the chase for the championship in earnest.
It really does. And Texas, who's in the pits?
Absolutely tremendous, the amount of talent that is here. All of the great stuff out there with the vendors, the sponsors, the big rigs, and obviously the drag racing that we've got coming up. And it is going to be an interesting year because some of our defending champions did not make round number 1.
Right.
Most notably for me in the Sportsman class is Robin Ridgway, the back-to-back champ. Will she be able to do it with only 3 rounds that she can participate in? Obviously, she's from Lafayette, Indiana. It's a long trek. It is still wintertime in that part of the world. We got down here yesterday. There's a little inclement weather. Today, blue skies, sun, perfectly prepped track, some of the top contenders in the business. It's going to be a fantastic day. I woke up with a smile, and I hope to go home today still smiling.
That's it. Robbie Bowermaster didn't show up. But guess who's out there? Lane Wright's in the lanes. Lane's like, I'm going to take over the points lead right out. And our inaugural, at the end of the day, guys, we've never done it before. We're having an Australian-style burnout contest. So right over there by Pickett Custom Trucks, we've got 150 by 150 feet. They have 90 seconds to do the biggest, baddest smoking burnout. They can't stop. They got to be moving the whole time to get judged.
It's going to be an interesting day, and there's a whole bunch.
Right, so they were running before in the 8th, 7 seconds, 8 seconds, and they charge on the big end, right? As soon as they realized they had to re-gear, change their injectors, change their turbo size, now all of a sudden they're back in the 4s running the 8th mile, so pretty impressive.
It is going to be a great day at the NHRDA event. Hot Shot Secret, fantastic sponsor to make sure that this quality entertainment continues to happen, and it's time. It's time to get underway. So we're going to have our Racers for Christ chaplain step in and do our invocation for today. So please uncover and join us with Darren Lazar in today's invocation.
Please bow your heads if you're willing and able. Lord, we know you are the creator of all things, and we thank you for this beautiful day here in Arizona. Lord, and we are grateful that we get to live in this great country where we are free to live as we want to live, free to say what we want to say, free to drive what we want to drive, and Lord, free to worship you. We thank the NHRDA for putting on this great event where we can come out here with our family and our friends and just enjoy a day of healthy competition and fun. Lord, we ask that you keep our first responders and our active duty service members safe today and in the future so that they too can come home to their families. Lord, and we honor our veterans who through their service and their sacrifice have helped to keep this country free. And finally, Lord, we thank you for your son, Jesus, who through his ultimate sacrifice made a way for us to get back to you. Amen.
Thank you to Darren Lazar and Racers for Christ with today's invocation. And now, will you please remain standing? If you're wearing a hat, please uncover as Gilbert, Arizona, American Legion Post 39 presents colors. It's time for our one and only national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
The NHRDA Chase for the Championship, the National Hot Rod Diesel Association. It is part of the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. Welcome. It's going to be good.
Let's do it. Let's go set some records, crush some records, have some Burnout, some Dyno, some big rigs. Dude, what else can you ask for at Diesels in the Desert?
It is Diesels in the Deserts. I'm Scott. He's Randy. Let's go racing.
Facebook has kicked us off twice. I don't know. They kicked us off twice. It shut down the stream. I've got to get this rolling.
All right, then forget Facebook.
I'll get it.
Copperhead Diesel, Sportsman class, lanes 1 and 2, 10-4 magazine, big rig bracket, lanes 3 and 4. And the ARP Super D class should be in lane number 5. Qualifying session 1 of the 2 here this morning before we get into the elimination rounds. First pair rolling up into the line. First pair, the first shot down track, the 8th mile of fun as we open up the 2025 NHRDA season. Sportsman class is out into the water box, stage and lanes, ready to go down that 8th mile racetrack. Today's event brought to you in part by KC Turbos. Make sure you stop by and see the folks at KC Turbo on the vendor rows. Spin the wheel, you could be a winner. Poor Boy Diesel, power drive. Lane sponsors today. Strictly Diesel left lane sponsor. KC Turbos is our right lane sponsor. Is the Wind River Diesel. Dodge comes into that Strictly Diesel left-hand side of the racetrack. You're going to start noticing some of the sponsor stickers. Great way to make a little extra. Diesel TV is broadcasting across the world, dieseltv.com. You can also follow along with all of the social media channels for the NHRDA, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram. It's all available. You can chase along with all of the drivers that are trying to run down that championship here in 2025. My name is Scott Heaton. It is my pleasure to be part of the National Hot Rod Diesel Association as we roll into yet another fantastic year. Thanks to Kyle and the crew at Hot Shot Secret. They are powered by science. They have free product to give away today. I do encourage you to stop by before those supplies are gone. Hot Shot Secret. Fantastic to have them return as the title sponsor of the NHRDA and the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. Again, I do encourage you to stop by and chat with Kyle and the clan from Hot Shot. They've got a product that will make everything in your life better. Banging up against the rev limiter there in that Strictly Diesel left-hand side of the racetrack, but the Ford laid one down over in the Casey's Turbo right lane. Nice to see everybody's put on their A game for this morning. 670 Super Street, first call. 670 and Super Street is your first call. PPE 670 Index Class, the Poor Boys Diesel, Super Street. 670, you're going lane 1 and 2. Super Street, you're in lanes 3 and 4. Is that Puddin'? There he is. Oh, Ricky Fenwick. He is a defending champion in Big Rig Bracket. Of those 250 show and shine trucks from Pickett Custom Trucks, I wonder how many just said, you know what, we look good sitting in the parking lot. How good we going to look going down track? Is Rick Fenwick out of Cotton Chute, Texas. Ew. That is a little bit of a change out there, just past 60 feet. Slowed. Color of the smoke coming out of the stacks changed on Puddin's rig as well. Silly Rabbit came into the World Finals last year down in Texas. He had some kind of furry critter, some kind of stuffy, some kind of a puffed animal that he was carrying around inside his lapel. He tried to poke fun at me that I didn't say anything about it. I didn't poke fun because I thought it was weird the guy was walking around with a child's toy stuffed in his coat. Is that fat kid that used to drive the BMW, or is that a same different deal? Tracy. Oh, nice.
Smart to come out here and win some music.
Yeah, that's what he said.
For $1,000.
Oh, yeah, he's like, yeah, I want to come on Sportsman. I mean, he got legs and rider.
Right.
So why would the Jeep be out there? Is that a diesel
Yeah,
Jeep?
it's a diesel. Yep.
I didn't know they did that.
Yeah.
Getting down through this first hit on the Sportsman class. Sportsman is the meat and potatoes of the NHRDA. Typically, week in and week out, they are the biggest class. And that's what it's all about, is the grassroots of the NHRDA. And today, if you're here on property and you've got your diesel, well, it doesn't really matter, actually. If you've got your ride here that you're bragging about horsepower, about torque, you can actually find that out today because the dyno is up and rolling. They'll get you up on the dyno, find out exactly what kind of your telemetry is, what kind of numbers you actually are producing. And this is a great way for you guys that have been out there bench racing and bantering back and forth about how many thousands of horsepower you create, and your buddies are like, yeah, I don't really think so. Nothing wrong with doing a little gambling. Make a bet. Get on the dyno. Find out exactly what you do produce. Sportsman class is continuing on. Big rig bracket from 10-4 magazine is lane 3 and 4. ARP Super Diesel in lane 5. PPE, they've called first call for you guys in the 670 index class. Poor Boy Diesel Super Street. We've made first call for you guys to be gearing up and getting ready to come to the staging lanes when called. Once again, please remain in your pit area until you do hear the class designation called. You can find it on the FM dial at 87.9. There's probably one of the best launches of the morning out of that strictly diesel left-hand side. Copperhead Diesel Sportsman class. This is qualifying session number 1 of the 2 we will have today before we set the brackets and go into the elimination racing. In the eliminators, 2 go down, only 1 come back until we've got somebody in the winner's circle for Diesel TV. Fantastic crew that has been assembled for Diesel TV to broadcast the action to us. We do want to make a reminder, there is 1 drone and 1 drone only in the air. That is from Diesel TV. The Diesel TV drone is the only one that has permission to be in the sky. If you brought a drone, please do not put it in the air. That is going to be a very, very bad deal for anybody that does delete. So again, that 1 drone that is in the air, that is from Diesel TV and the NHRDA, and it should be the only one in the air throughout the day. During the Diesel TV opener, we did talk a little bit about some of the NHRDA records that have a potential. Let's run down through those records right now. Top Diesel in the 8th mile. Top Diesel, that is the premier, claiming that new world record, hopefully both ends of it. And Hot Rod Semi, that was set at the World Finals a year ago. That was Dave Stewart. He now holds a mile per hour, as well as the ET at 11.20 and 122.5 miles an hour. Those are some of the records that we could potentially see broken today. Actually, there's just 2 of those classes that we have a really good shot at it. Although, you never know, Top Diesel, we could see one there, as we do have one of those entries sitting out there waiting for a chance to go down the racetrack. Next crew coming into the line as we have finished up with Sportsman round number 1 of qualifying. 10-4 magazine, big rig bracket. Frank Valenzuela from Gilbert, Arizona, and Bobby Colwell from Phoenix. They'll be staging up for their very first track hit of the day. Still waiting to see one of these Tesla big rigs come out and participate. If there's somebody out there, you got to get one. And the Mac Pinnacan sitting over in the right-hand side of the racetrack. This is the 10-4 magazine big rig qualifying. We did see one big rig go down track already, as he will be double dipping. Most likely Rick Fenwick is going to be running not only that Sportsman class, but here in the big rig bracket as well. Fenwick, he ran right down to the end in Sportsman last year as well. At the World Finals, he was in the hunt for that title. He's checking in his logbook or what down here in that left lane. Left lane sponsored by Strictly Diesel Turbos. And watching that J&L go down racetrack, kind of like watching my wife in a parking lot decide where she actually wants to park. Sit there and look around until the traffic's backed up behind her. People were blowing their horns, and she's like, what? I'd rather smash my thumb with a hammer than ride in a car with that lady. She's thousands of miles away from me and does not pay attention to what I do, so I can get away with saying things about her and my mother-in-law. Hog. Fantastic drone footage being shot. We do appreciate all of the work put in by the Diesel TV crew. Battle of the dump trucks. That's what I like to see. These guys, when the show and shine, they're going to do a little bit of drag racing. What it essentially comes down to, who can shift. When you get into the big rig bracket class, I don't know if you've ever driven a big rig, but there's a thing called So the Matson boys, Benton City for Ben Matson and Wade Matson. I've never heard of Cheney, Washington, but I have heard of Cheney, Washington. Not sure if that is that's got to be Eastern Washington, because Benton City is in Eastern Washington. And with the last name of Matson, I would assume they know one another. The pair of Peterbilts getting ready to come off the line as the Matson boys go green light racing. Advantage out of the right-hand side of the racetrack. And the KC Turbos, that's Ben Matson from Benton City. He was off early, nearly a full half-second quicker than Wade Matson in his 2004 Peterbilt as they get through the top side of the racetrack. 1,000-foot mark. Go through the last of those electronic scoring. 71 mile an hour left, 75 mile an hour in the right. So coming into the left-hand side of the racetrack is Paul Cornelius. He's in a tweener. Not quite got all of the stuff you need to be to get into that hot rod semi-class, but a little bit more of an advantage maybe than the big rig bracket class. He's from Buckeye in the 78 Peterbilt 359. There's my buddy Rick Fenwick out of Cut and Shoot, Texas in the 97 Peterbilt 379. He is a defending champion of this class. He's going to be a hitter in this class as well as Sportsman. He's one of those guys that's got this drag racing thing dialed in. Fantastic to see Rick. He hooks a load down in Texas and makes his way to wherever the NHRDA event is, drops the load, does some racing, hooks one to go on back. Both guys a little light off the line. That's something that you'll see increase for Fenwick all day long as he times that light out, gets his drag racing shoes wet again. So it's 14:37 at 102 mile an hour for Rick Fenwick. Remember, this is the big rig bracket class brought to us by 10-4 magazine. 670, we need you into lanes 1 and 2. Super Street lanes 3 and 4. Hot Rod Semi, they're calling you to lane 2. And first call for Pro Street, the Dynamite Diesel Pro Street, first call in lane 3. So the 670 class from PPE, we need you in lanes 1 and 2. Poor Boy Diesel Super Street lanes 3 and 4. Hot Rod Semi, we need you in lane number 2, please. First call, Pro Street from Dynamite Diesel. ARP Super Diesel class, the Super Ds are ready to play. Hey, one reminder for those racers in the pits, if the back of your pickup looks like the back of my pickup used to, Copenhagen cans and Bud Light cans, get those cleaned out, any kind of McDonald's wrappers. We don't want any debris left on the racetrack. Edward Simcox from Riverton, Wyoming. So we've seen Washington, we've seen Arizona, now we've seen Wyoming. And the Ford comes off the line. That's going to be a contender. These guys are running it out at the 8th. Now that's a couple of serious drag racers getting ready to play on Saturday. Both guys on it. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Super Diesel is a 770 index class. Sportsman will be dialing in. Super Diesel will be running on an index. Christopher Reynolds going down track in the right lane, sponsored by KC Turbos from Buckeye. Jordan Wilcock from Gilbert. the 05 3/4 ton Chevrolet and the 2019 Ford, both posting relatively respectable numbers. However, we're going to see a lot of change as they get their ET slips and realize how late they were on the line. You'll see a lot difference in that reaction time when we go into qualifier number 2. For a lot of our racers, they have not been participating in any kind of drag race competition since late last fall. So just getting themselves reacclimated to the Christmas tree is Foster Evans from Mesa, the 1-ton Ford, and Griffin Jensen from Utah, the 95 Dodge. Foster Evans in the KC Pro Street truck, formerly, now running the Ford down the left lane, sponsored by Strictly Diesel, to an admirable 80-mile-an-hour pass at 8.043. Remember, this is 770 class. You want to run as close to 770 as you can without going under. We'll see a little bit of that start to show some of the attrition later today in those elimination rounds, as they start going a little bit faster, a little bit harder on the loud pedal to try to keep themselves in contention. Is Lane Wright from Lubbock, Texas, 3/4 ton heavy-duty Chevrolet from Lubbock. Wyatt Plummer from Kingman in his Silverado. So Lane Wright, he was right in the mix for the championship with our returning champion, Robbie Bowermaster, not making round number 1 here in 2025. Lane Wright has got to be licking his chops, trying to come out of here with an advantage and a point lead as we head towards Tulsa in May. Then, of course, we move on to Yellowstone, Montana, and conclude down in Ennis, Texas for the World Finals. So Plummer and Wright, both guys in the 770 class, way under. Wyatt Plummer went at 684. Lane with 764. Now Jeff Avery and Chase Nelson. Missouri and Utah represented left to right. Uh-oh, something on a problem possibly on that right lane, as you see a little bit of a strange billowing coming out of the back of Chase Nelson's Ford. The 1-ton from Clinton, 770 dial, went 781, but there was a little bit of smoky stuff. In fact, looks like there's something out there just past, just short of 60 feet there in the right lane. Looks like there is a clump of goo of some kind. So they're going to take a look at it for us. 670 and Super Street, we need you now. The Hot Shot Secret Race Control is saying Super Street and 670, they need you in the lanes now, please. You want to run a half?
Take care of your diesel engine. It'll return the favor. Add Hot Shot Secret to your fuel, to your oil, and boost power, performance, and fuel economy. Claims proven by third-party testing and real-world results.
So what I'm noticing out there in the right-hand lane for KC
Look
Turbos,
out at the horizon.
they
What do you see?
completely dismissed and went right by it. Then out there about 200
Challenges?
feet.
Growth? Opportunity? Will you make the most of your talents? What obstacles will you overcome? Will you recognize the path to success? Are you willing to be a part of something bigger? Are you built to be a cat dealer tech?
For over 20 years, Driven Diesel has been an innovator and a market leader in the world of 7.3 and 6.0 fuel system products. We've been first to market with numerous product features and designs And we've revised and expanded our product line to keep up with the ever-changing needs of diesel pickup owners. With our new in-house CNC capability and continued focus on U.S. production, product quality, and innovation, we are more focused than ever on developing unique solutions to modern diesel problems. Check us out at drivendiesel.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means your truck is getting transformed. Built with Summit means less job site downtime because you're not waiting on parts. And Built with Summit means you're getting the best prices in the industry, which means more money for the workday and for the weekend. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
That 1-ton Ford over in the KC Turbos lane. Out there about 200 feet is where what they're thinking is coolant. So antifreeze on the racetrack. That means there is going to be some Zamboni time. A little bit of cleanup going on in aisle 2. The KC Turbos right lane will be cleaned up by the crack staff from Firebird. So it sounds like about 200 feet all the way down to the big end of the racetrack. It's got a little bit of cleanup to be done. So they'll be taking care of that. That gives you an opportunity to slip away if you would like into vendor row. Check out some of the great stuff. Stop by the PPE booth. Get a raffle ticket for that $200 gift certificate. Spin the wheel at KC Turbos as they got some fantastic stuff going on as the crew goes to work cleaning up. As our KC Turbos right lane gets a little bit of maintenance. KC Turbos for Power Stroke, EcoBoost, Duramax, and Cummins. KC Turbo is your drop-in ready aftermarket turbo specialist. KC Turbos spool faster, pull harder, and run cooler. KC Turbos is horsepower you can hear and torque you can feel. KC Turbos brings next generation turbo technology to your diesel. With unprecedented customer service, KC Turbos strives to do the best you can have. At KC Turbos, daily driven, dyno tested, track proven since 2014. Shop their lineup of industry-leading turbos at kcturbos.com and stop by their booth today. Enter to win or spin the wheel to win at KC Turbos. Poor Boys Diesel is Arizona's #1 high-performance diesel shop. Beginning as a mobile mechanic, Poor Boys Diesel Performance and Repair has evolved into a comprehensive hub for all of your vehicle needs. Poor Boys Diesel also specializes in suspension, transmission, lighting, and custom fabrication. With a decade of experience in the performance industry, Poor Boys Diesel has been keeping it clean since 2014. Stop by and see them for all things diesel in Phoenix. Power Driven Diesel is a performance diesel company where you can get everything you need to make reliable power and look good doing so. Get your truck parts from them through March 31st and save up to 15% on your order. Plus, your purchase will enter you to win the awesome turbo giveaways. Power Driven Diesel has a booth set up here, so make sure to go check them out. Power Driven Diesel. Randy's Transmission, when it comes to transmissions that don't just survive but thrive under horsepower, towing, and track abuse, one name has been setting the standard since 2008, Randy's Transmission. Built, tested, and proven to handle the toughest conditions, Randy's Transmissions. In 2005, Strictly Diesel opened the doors with one goal: to keep your diesel running strong so you can rely on it every time you turn the key. 20 years later, their team of professionals return to work each day with the same goal. Times and trucks have changed, but their philosophy on diesel repair has not. With Strictly Diesel, you'll always get an honest overview of your diesel, a fair price on maintenance and repairs, and an industry-leading warranty. Strictly Diesel will keep your diesel firing on all cylinders. Visit strictlydiesel.com today. Strictly Diesel, powering you forward. Sunbelt Rentals. If you're ready to tackle that home improvement, renovation, or maintenance project, but don't have the necessary tools or equipment, Sunbelt Rentals is here to help. With 18 Phoenix area locations, a vast product offering, and the new Sunbelt Rentals mobile app that lets you browse, select, and rent tools and equipment right from the palm of your hand. We're making it easy for you to make it happen. Visit sunbeltrentals.com or download the new app. Find the location nearest you at Sunbelt Rentals. White Mountain Trucking. Come home. Come join the WMT family. Latest equipment, great environment, driver-friendly, pet-friendly, family-owned and operated. Looking for safe professional drivers who love trucking? You can contact Mike Chavez for more details at White Mountain Trucking. Fueled by passion and expertise, Copperhead Diesel Performance is proud to be your pit crew for peak diesel performance. Their technicians stay ahead of the curve with cutting-edge training, ensuring they understand your complex vehicle inside and out. Experience a difference of transparent repairs. They'll explain everything, keeping your diesel safe and reliable for every adventure. Visit today, the ultimate performance at Copperhead Diesel. Empire Cat is proud to sponsor the Desert Diesel Nationals and proud employer to more than 4,500 employees across Arizona, Nevada, and Eastern California. If you're ready to put your career in gear, work with the legendary Cat equipment, Empire is now hiring. Rev up your ride with JL Truck Repair. Located in the heart of the West Valley off 75th Avenue and Northern Avenue, they specialize in medium-duty trucks, pickups, fleets, autos, SUVs, and UTVs. Whether you're hitting the drag strip or towing an excavator, keep your engine roaring and your wheels spinning with expert service and repair from their team of gearheads at JL Truck Repair. Old Iron Trucking is a proud sponsor of today's event. Old Iron Trucking stands for the truckers who represent the industry with pride, safety, and service as their top priority. Company that remembers when trucking was more than just a job but a lifestyle. Today they show that it still exists in the industry. Stop by their booth for your Old Iron Trucking gear and a chance to win a set of Hodge-built corner fenders. Old Iron Trucking.
Unleash your diesel with Hot Shot Secret. Products proven by third-party testing to unleash diesel engine performance. Increase fuel economy. Boost cetane. Lubricate and clean out pumps and injectors with Diesel Extreme and Everyday Diesel Treatment. Reduce wear, restore power, and lubricate critical internal components with Stiction Eliminator and FR3 Friction Reducer. Fuel and oil solutions that keep your diesel running in top condition, saving you time, money, and stress. Hot Shot Secret lives in the lab to make sure its products not only perform, but remain best in class. Pick up some today and see the difference for yourself. Hot Shot's Secret, powered by science.
Unleash the true power of your truck with Pacific Performance Engineering. Our high-performance intakes, charge pipes, and intercoolers boost your truck's horsepower and torque. Our high-grade aluminum transmission pans, oil pans, and differential covers ensure optimal cooling and efficiency. PPE delivers unmatched reliability and is your one-stop shop for all your performance needs. Visit PPEpower.com today to learn more.
At Dynamite Diesel Products, we specialize in providing the fueling your truck needs. From high-performance race trucks to daily drivers, we strive to provide clean and smooth horsepower. We calibrate and balance injection rate to the tightest tolerances in the industry. Dynamite Diesel constantly upgrades machining and processes based off many years of experience to provide the best product possible. At Dynamite, fueling is our passion.
Look out at the horizon. What do you see? Challenges? Growth? Opportunity? Will you make the most of your talents? What obstacles will you overcome? Will you recognize the path to success? Are you willing to be a part of something bigger? Are you built to be a Cat Dealer Tech?
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for your diesel engine. From main studs to rod bolts to head studs, ARP outperforms and outlasts factory hardware. When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
For over 20 years, Driven Diesel has been an innovator and a market leader in the world of 7.3 and 6.0 fuel system products. We've been first to market with numerous product features and designs, and we've revised and expanded our product line to keep up with the ever-changing needs of diesel pickup owners. With our new in-house CNC capability and continued focus on U.S. production, product quality, and innovation, we are more focused than ever on developing unique solutions to modern diesel problems. Check us out at drivendiesel.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means your truck is getting transformed. Built with Summit means less job site downtime because you're not waiting on parts. And Built with Summit means you're getting the best prices in the industry, which means more money for the workday and for the weekend. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Pro Mod and Top Diesel. About 10 minutes from now, you guys can start heading for the lanes. Pro Mod and Top Diesel racers, you can come to the lanes in about 10 minutes-ish. You'll be in lane 4. Summit Racing sponsors Top Diesel. Go, Donna, go. And you can see the work that is being done diligently by the Firebird crew as they are cleaning things up Even up there on the top end of the racetrack where all that coolant came down out of the Ford here just a little bit ago. So we are in a holding pattern in qualifying session number 1.
Malibu, most wanted. Ain't no love boy, you ball boy, fetch Gatorade or something. Since 2009, I had this bitch jumping. You niggas will get a wedgie, be flipped over your boxes, or over your foe. The other vaginal option, pussy, nigga better straighten they posture. Got favorites all up in contact, might write this with a doctor. Tell a pop star quit hiding, fuck a caption, won't action, no accident. I'm hands on, he fuck around, get polished. Fucked on Wayne Grow, he was in jail, that's conniving. Then get his face tatted like a bitch apologizing. I'm glad D-Rose came home, y'all didn't deserve him either. From Alondra down to Central, nigga better not speak on Serena. And your homeboy needs subpoena, that predator moving flocks. That name gotta be registered and placed on neighborhood watch. I lean on you niggas like another line of walk. Yeah, it's all eyes on me and I'ma send it up the pot. Ay, put the road label on me, I'ma get them dropped. Ay, sweet chin music and I won't pass the ox. Ay, how many stocks do I really have in stock? Ay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 5. Ay, devil is a lie, here's 69 God. Ay, freaky ass niggas need to stay their ass inside. Ay, roll their ass up like a fresh pack of Zod. Ay, city is back up, it's a must, we outside. Ay. They not like us, they not like us, they not like us. They not like us, they not like us, they not like us. Once upon a time, all of us was in chains. Homie still double down, calling us some slaves. Atlanta was the mecca, building railroads and trains. Bear with me for a second, let me put y'all on game. The settlers was using town folk to make them richer. Fast forward 2024, you got the same agenda. You run to Atlanta when you need a check balance. Let me break it down for you, this the real nigga challenge. You called future when you didn't see the club. Ay, what, little baby, help you get your lingo up. What, 21, get your false street cred. Thug, did you feel like you a slime in your head? Ay, what, Quavo said you could be from North Side. What, 2 Chainz say you good, but he lied. You run to Atlanta when you need a few dollars. No, you're not a colleague, you a fucking colonizer. The family matter and the truth of the matter. It was God's plan to show y'all the liar. He a fan, he a fan, he a fan. He a fan, he a fan, he a freaky ass nigga, he a 69 God. Freaky ass nigga, he a 69 God. Hey, 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 run for your life. Hey, 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 run for your life. Freaky ass nigga, he a 69 God. Freaky ass nigga, he a 69 God. Hey, 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 run for your life. Hey, 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 hey.
Pro Mod, Top Diesel, you can start heading towards staging lanes, please. Pro Mod, Top Diesel, head for the staging lanes. Just heard the radio call from the Firebird crew. Couple more laps with the drag, and we'll be back to qualifying.
Gas me up, give me motivation. Tell me where we going, pick
Brandon Wood, please check your phone. Brandon Wood, please check your phone.
Hey, let's push the second round since I just won.
Say I'll never change, just to go around town with some gasoline, just trying to bomb a flame, gonna burn the whole place down. How do you explain ever falling in love with a guy like me in the first place? Turn around, say that I'm the worst thing. I guess I'm the problem. And your mess never do no wrong. If I'm so awful, then why'd you stick around this long? And if it's the whiskey, then why you keep on pulling it off the shelf? You hate that when you look at me, you halfway see yourself, and it got me thinking, if I'm the problem, well, you might be the reason. You stick around this long, and if it's the whiskey, why you keep on pulling it off the shelf? You hate when you look at me.
Pro Street, Pro Mod, Top Diesel, we should have you in the lanes. Pro Street in 5, Pro Mod and Top Diesel in 4. 670, Cody Moss and Britt Gwynn. Left and right respectively in that strictly diesel left lane, Casey Turbo's right lane. The Mopar for more power in the left. The Bowtie Chevrolet in the right. Both guys out of AZ. Both guys single stack blowing up out of the hood. 670 is the number you want to run at the 8th mile. And both guys just a tick underneath it. Cody from Payson in the 95 Ram went 6.96. Brent in the Chevy went 6.66. Remember, it is a 670 class. Afshin Hashemi from Yuma in the Silverado. And Eric Lucero from Las Cruces, New Mexico in the Dodge as they get through the top side. Both of them are way off on that 670. They got some work to do in quality number 2 to try to get themselves into the meat of the racing in the elimination rounds. Alex Plummer from Kingman, Arizona. Blaine Henry, also from Kingman. GMC, strictly diesel. KC Turbos has got the Dodge.
said they'll never doubt me. Love nobody, oh, don't love nobody. Please don't go out with your friends. They gon' let you do whatever and blame it on the liquor. Oh, but they feel silent, smiling, thinking in curves. Your strippers that you favor. She said you don't go out that much.
Griffin Jensen in the 95 Dodge. Truck that has been participating at the NHRDA for quite some time. As we conclude our 670 index class, Poor Boys Diesel Super Street is coming up, followed by the Hot Rod Semis. And a 670 dial went 666 with a 7 at 107. Off of a good tree, a good reaction time, 0.6 of a second before he got to go for Griffin Jensen. So that brings a conclusion to next class, Super Street, Hot Rod Semi coming up, Pro Street, Top Diesel. The mix of a Dodge and a Ford. Dodge on from Dodge. Dodge William Terry from Cedar City, Utah. About a half a NHRDA. William Terry using all of that T-turbos right, power, drifted left, corrected it, steered way right, then got it back in the groove. Sportsman lanes 1 and 2, please. Copperhead Diesel Sportsman class, we need you to back lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Street in the Poor Boy Diesel category. Both trucks down in the 6s. William Terry with a blazing quick 6 flat at 120. The Fodge went 678 at 111 per. So Dion Taylor from here in Phoenix in his Dodge rolling up along with Chance McKelvey in his Mopar sitting over in the KC Turbo right side of the racetrack. Both guys from here in Phoenix most likely come out to Firebird and play a little bit, so they should be well versed in the nuances of Firebird. Dion Taylor chased the championship in 24, was runner-up, trying to get to the top of the dog pile here in 2025. Spooling him up in this 590 Super Street class. Hard start out of the right lane, some hop, and there's a little bit of that same sort of thing that we saw earlier that cost us some downtime. See that same sort of strange misting coming out from underneath the rear bumper on Chance McKelvey's ride. So we do have a little bit of diesel fuel down in the Casey's Turbo right-hand side of the racetrack. Be a great opportunity to swing over to KC Turbos and spin the wheel to be a winner, or stop by PPE, get a raffle ticket for a $200 gift certificate. You could be a big winner today. Do you feel lucky? Go see PPE. It's no secret today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Ultra-low sulfur diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repair. Stiction Eliminator from Hot Shot Secret can diffuse those issues. You can prevent it with Hot Shot Secret products. All right, it sounds like just a couple more laps up and back with the drag, and then we'll be able to get back into our qualifying session as we are getting to the tail end of the first qualifier of two today. We should have our pro racers in the lanes, Pro Street, Pro Mod, Top Diesel. Hot Rod Semi should be geared and ready to go. And we'll conclude this Super Street class before we go back to the top of the run order with our Sportsman, then Big Rig Bracket, and Super Diesel. Once we get down through qualifying session number 2, they'll set the bracket. We'll get into our eliminators. Remember, there is that Australian-style burnout contest going over in the pit area today, later this afternoon. We also have the dyno up and operational. Show and shine is happening. And, of course, Vendor Row is wide open with race day specials. Check them out. Stop by and see the wonderful folks at the NHRDA booth for swag that is new in 25. Hot Shot Secret Race Control is calling the Copperhead Diesel Sportsman class to lanes 1 and 2. 10-4 Magazine Big Rig Bracket, we need you in 3 and 4. ARP Super D Super Diesel class, lane 5. Race Control is calling for Sportsman, Big Rig Bracket, and Super Diesel. Return to the staging lanes for your second qualifying hit. It looks as if the Firebird crew has said, roll away, roll them to the line. Maintenance stuff is going off track. That means dragsters coming back up. So as you can see, they scrubbed it and broomed it and brushed it and drug it, and now they're scraping it. Fantastic work there by the camera guy, Hank, for the Diesel TV, as he had a little bit of a spot that they couldn't quite get dry, so we'll just take the top little layer of rubber off. and Scraper getting a little bit of work done there in the right-hand side of the racetrack, sponsored this weekend by KC Turbos. KC Turbos, you can stop by their booth out in the vendor area and spin the wheel, see if you are a winner from KC Turbos. So it looks like they're trying to dry things up, get things massaged out there at about 60 feet, where they had some of that diesel fuel that did go down on the racetrack. They'll get that dried up, cleaned up, slicked up, so we can return to qualifying.
And while we're finishing up track prep, I just want to let everybody know the dyno is running at the end of the grandstands. If you want to dyno your truck, it is a little bit of a process now because the lower pits is so full. So what you need to do is go to the dyno. You need to sign up at the dyno, pay at the dyno. The dyno should give you something showing that you had paid for a dyno, so you can go down and dyno your truck. The Burnout pit. The Burnout pit is roughly at 5 o'clock today. It is an Australian-style Burnout. So again, anybody wants to sign up for that, we have a street class and a pro class. Street class, I believe, is paying $12.50 to win, $7.50 for second. The pro category is running $2,500 to win and $1,000 for second. If you want to sign up for that, the cutoff is 4 o'clock. At 4 o'clock, if you decide at 4:01 that you want to do the Burnout contest, you are now too late. So again, anybody can enter the Burnout contest. You go to the NHRDA booth, sign up for the Burnout competition, which will be later in the day. That'll be over right in front of the Pickett Custom Trucks booth. Speaking of Pickett Custom Trucks, huge shout out to Rod Pickett and his crew. Over 250 semi-trucks out there in the parking lot. Some beautiful, I can't believe half these guys, they are working trucks, and it blows me away that these working trucks look that good. They must stay in Arizona, because up in Washington, man, working trucks do not look like Arizona trucks. I swear to goodness on that. So, Vendor Row is out there. You get anything. We've got some beef jerky people. We got Breeze Boutique, I believe, is out there. KC Turbos, RevMax Converters, Centerforce Clutch, PPE, you name it, it's out there. If you've got a big rig or a diesel truck, there is a vendor out there that can help you out. Again, we apologize for one antifreeze oil down and one diesel oil down. No excuses, but sometimes the first event of the year, these guys did fresh builds over the winter. And a lot of times, especially up north, I know we've got competitors from Montana. Well, I left Washington last Friday. I drove through 50-mile-an-hour winds. I drove through hail. I got to Ely, Nevada, and thought I was spending the night, and it started snowing. So in my motorhome and trailer, it was 68 feet long. I just kept driving till midnight to get out of the snow. So a lot of these guys have not had a chance to actually test out their new builds over the winter, so they come down to Arizona. But hopefully we're going to shake all the bugs off us now. We're going to shake everything clean. We're not going to have any more problems. We're going to get done with qualifying round number 1. We will move into qualifying round number 2. And then after that, we will stop, have a short break, and then once we start eliminations, the jet car will be coming out. So I'm assuming the jet car right now, if everything goes good, we're talking that 12:30 range, maybe 1 o'clock range. The jet car is over in the pits if you want to go over there and see them. He's over about halfway down the track, over by the semi-truck show and shine. Wicked Sensation is on property. Anyway, we will finish up here. That looks like they're spraying some glue. We'll get that set up, let the track get ready to go, and we'll be back to racing shortly.
All right, so once again, going to make the announcement that there should not be any drones in the air besides the official NHRDA Diesel TV drone. Drones are prohibited at all NHRDA events. The use of a drone by a team crew member of a race team may result in the immediate disqualification from the event. If that doesn't weigh on you because you're not part of a race team and you're like, well, I've got a 12-gauge shotgun with a 3-inch Magnum. If you don't want to have a bunch of broken parts and pieces to scoop up with a stick and a spoon, park your drone. Once again, drone activity, due to insurance purposes, absolutely strictly forbidden. during this NHRDA event. There was a gentleman that did get a little bit of permission to be off property, and that's the only one besides the official NHRDA drone. So if you got your drone out, just put it away. It's that simple. We know you're trying to get your social media pushes, your likes, your follows, your oohs and ahas. Just put your drone away. It's that easy. Sportsman, Big Rig Bracket, and Super Diesel, you should be in the lane. Sportsman from Copperhead Diesel, 1 and 2. 10-4 Magazine's Big Rig Bracket, 3 and 4. And ARP Super Diesel class, lane 5. And this is our first call for the PPE 670 Index class. First call is we return to drag racing. Oscar Velasquez, Aussie in the 57 Kenworth 921. Big, fat, gnarly, nasty Burnout from Oscar. His home is L.A., Los Angeles, California. We've seen him in a lot of these NHRD events over the years. It's great to have Oscar back repping here in this hot rod semi class. Pro classes are coming up. Pro Street, Pro Mod, Top Diesel. They should be in the lanes. Track prep has been done for them. So they should be able to move right into the water box and onto the racetrack for their qualifying hit. Then we'll be going back to the top of our run order with Sportsman, Big Rig Bracket, and Super Diesel. You should all be in the lanes right now as Oscar Velasquez. Missing out on Gord Cooper, missing out on Mario, missing out on our current world record holder. That was very unaccustomed to seeing that kind of run out of Oscar Velasquez. Normally, that is a much smoother progression up the racetrack than what we just saw here in qualifier number 1. But my buddy Randy Cole was just talking a moment ago on the PA, talking about some of the builds that go on over the winter months. And I believe there might have been a little bit of adjustments and changes made because that did not run that way at any point during last year's NHRDA events. So we'll see what Oscar can do to smooth things up. Currently in Hot Rod Semi, the world record ET is 11.20. Mile per hour is 122.5, set by Dave Stewart down in Ennis, Texas, the Texas Motorplex at the NHRDA World Finals last September. I know that Smoking Gun Gord Cooper, he anticipated chasing this entire series, but there's been some things that have kept him from that. We'll hope to see him in Tulsa, then on to Yellowstone, and then over to Ennis to conclude the year in September again this year. So racetrack is good after a cursory look by one of the Firebird staff. Now moving into Pro Street, the Dynamite Diesel Pro Street class getting ready to come to the racetrack and have a hit at it here in the Dynamite Diesel category at Dynamite Diesel Pro Products. They specialize in providing the fuel injectors that your truck needs. From high performance race trucks to daily drivers, they strive to provide clean and smooth high horsepower. They calibrate and balance injection rates to the tightest tolerances in the industry. Dynamite Diesel constantly upgrades machining and processes to provide the best product and performance possible. At Dynamite, fueling is our passion. So the Dynamite Diesel Pro Street class is coming up. Pro Street, Josh McCormack and Todd Welsh. Cedar City, Utah is home for the 94 power-driven diesel. Dodge. Dynamite Diesel Pro Street world record right now. Foster Evans at a 512. Philip Franklin at 145.6. ET and mile per hour world records respectively here in Pro Street. So Todd Welsh from Cedar City in the 94 Dodge. He spooled up once already, now getting the green light from the starter to say, come on, roll back into those pre-stage beams. 7 inches later, the stage lights will come on. Then it will be simultaneous amber flashes to a green light go for Todd Welch. And blew the tires off on the line. Sketched it out there to 60 before he stabbed at it. And now, dramatic, cataclysmic reaction. Just short of, well, yeah, just short of the 8th mile. Almost made it. No, I guess he did make her through it. 7.52. My apologies. I am solely working off of the Diesel TV, which is fantastic footage. Great shots by the guys. As I took a look up the racetrack, I am hindered by some of the sun screening over the windshields of the Hot Shot Secret Control Tower, so I did not see that thing let go to be able to give an idea what happened there for Todd Welch. He is out of the truck, popping hood up to try to take a look. That means that the staff from Firebird, those guys are making their money today. Really good drone shot going on from the Diesel TV guys. Giving us a really good look there at the power-driven diesel entry as it had problems. Like to see a replay. So I know that the guys in the truck right now are trying to take a look, see if they can give us a little bit of a replay on that hit. But they've done a fantastic job of bringing us some tremendous views, angles, drone shots. Remember that we will have that Burnout competition later today. There's a whole bunch of money to be made. The Pro Class, $2,500 to win, $1,000 runner-up. Street Class, $1,250 to win, $750 for the runner-up. 4 p.m. deadline. There is a deadline for entering into that Burnout contest. It's Australian rules. That means you're continuously moving, not sitting stationary like we've done the Burnout contest in the past. It sounds more like trying to burn an oval during that Australian style Burnout competition. Pays a whole lot of money, but you do need to sign up at the NHRDA booth before 4 p.m. 4 p.m. deadline to get in on the Pro Class win of $2,500, $1,000 to the runner-up, $1,250 for street, $750 for runner-up. Lots of money to be made. Could be yours. Sign up. Deadline 4 p.m. Those that are at home or on the comfort of their couch or hanging out looking at their mini screen phone have fantastic footage right now. Those of you in the grandstands, even though you're here live, you're not quite getting the view that those at home are on Diesel TV. Get your mobile device out. Go to dieseltv.com. You can watch and see this fantastic footage provided by Diesel TV right now. Unfortunately, I'd love to have audio, be able to hear exactly what Todd Welch is saying and what the crack staff from Firebird are conversing about as they have hooked a strap to him. They're going to ready to tow him off. Then they'll get to the work of making sure that the racetrack is ready as we go into the final here in this qualifying session, the last few classes before we go to the top of the run order. We should have our Sportsman, Big Rig, and Super Diesel Big Rig bracket back in the staging lanes right now. So Todd Welsh, not the way he wanted to start his 2025 campaign. I did notice that it didn't look like he had it in four-wheel drive when he walked on the throttle here at the start line. Got a little bit of a wheel hop, a little bit of skip, blew the tires off, made a little bit of a stab at it, pedaled it just past 60, and then it got out there just shy of the quarter mile or the eighth mile and said, "Puh." And some really good looks here on Diesel TV. Fantastic crowd that has turned out at Firebird for today's NHRDA event, which is part of the Hot Rod Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. Diesels in the Desert, the opening round of the 2025 campaign. We'll be moving on to Tulsa, Oklahoma in May. Then we'll be going to the Great Northwest into Yellowstone, Montana for round number 3. And then conclude the year with the World Finals down in Ennis, Texas at the Texas Motorplex in September. Next, Josh McCormick from Moreno Valley, California in his 07 Dodge. This is our Pro Street qualifying session. Current world record in the elapsed time is Foster Evans holding a 5.12 second run. Philip Franklin holds a mile per hour at 145.67. And they are talking about being down in the 480s today, was Philip Franklin when he was chatting with NHRDA guy Randy Cole earlier this week as they've made their way into Phoenix to enjoy the blue sky and sun. Although yesterday it looked more like where Randy Cole is from. They're in the Pacific Northwest with the low clouds, windy, miserable, rainy conditions yesterday. Didn't get in those qualifying time passes that we wanted last night, but they did continue on with the Pickett Custom Trucks Big Rig Light Show. Over 250 entries out there for the show and shine today and for the light show last night. Check out the social media footage that we have on the social channels for the NHRDA, whether that be Instagram, TikTok, Facebook. All right, so the four-wheeler comes off. Let me stretch out. It looks like they're crew from Firebird is off of the right lane this weekend, sponsored by KC Turbos. So that lane is clean. That means we can go racing in the other lane, which is the strictly diesel left-hand side of the racetrack. Josh McCormick will fire up here in this Pro Street category. Remember the numbers, 512 on the ET, 145.67. on the mile per hour side of the world record, and we have a chance to see a new world record here this weekend. Josh McCormick muscling his way up into the start tree. Pre-stages, 7 inches later, staged in a simultaneous amber flash before the green. Spooling it up for Josh. Good launch. Equally balanced, nice acceleration to the top. He's going to go through at a 632 at 113. So Josh McCormick has a nice run to start his day in the left side, sponsored by Strictly Diesel. The Super Street champ from a year ago, now in the Pro Street category, Rick Flettis and Tyler Baker. This is that 70 Chevelle that has done so well over the last several years at the NHRDA. Yes, that diesel-powered Chevelle ended up in the winner's circle at the World Finals. Spooling for Tyler Baker's 04 Dodge from LaSalle, Colorado. And Flynn is showing a little bit of early season angst as he had a little bit of a lurch at the line with 669 with a 9 at 105. So McCormick, the best of the qualifiers in that Pro Street category, is 632 at 2 and 113 per. And now the guy that's talking world record. So Philip Franklin from San Antonio in the truck that we're anticipating to see down in the 480s today. Opie is the truck. Opie and Philip trying to set WRs. The thing about drag racing is you don't run the number and get declared a world record holder. You have to back it up within 1%. So there'll be some math done today, I've got a feeling, by someone other than me. Idaho education doesn't lend well to math. He holds the world record at 145, Philip Franklin and Opie. At a 5:14 at 137. So just a tick off of what he anticipated. They'll change the tune, make some adjustments next time we see him qualifying. We're going to look for those numbers. Remember, they're talking 480s.
All right, Pickett Custom Trucks, the show and shine judging is starting. So if you've got a truck entered in the Pickett Custom Trucks Big Rig Show and Shine and you want to be near your truck when the judges come by, the judges starting in about 15 minutes. Also, if you have parked and you have not gone to Pickett Custom Trucks booth and got your competition number, you will not be judged. So if you do not have your competition number displayed in the windshield of your truck, the judges will pass you by. It's like Santa Claus never even stopped at your house. He just went right on by because you're on the naughty list. So again, everybody in the Big Rig bracket or the Big Rig Show and Shine by Pickett Custom Trucks, if you want to be judged, be out by your truck. They're going to judge you no matter what, but if you want to be there trying to show them everything that you've done, you're more than welcome to. And again, if you do not have your competition number displayed in your front windshield, you will get passed by.
So we have come to the conclusion of that Pro Street qualifier. Pro Modified and Top Diesel are coming up. Remember, we do have the Wicked Sensation Jet that will be going later today. Once we get through round number 2 of qualifying, before we go into round 1 of elimination, we'll be able to see Scott Arriaga and the Wicked Sensation Jet. So coming up here in Pro Modified, that is Wade Minter from Maypearl, Texas in the 63 split window Corvette. Currently in this class, Pro Modified, Wade owns both ends of the world record of 432 at 162.2. In testing on Wednesday, 436, went 4.36. So in a test tune session, he was bumping up against his own WR. So 432 at 162.28 for the split window Corvette. Maypearl, Texas is home for Wade Minter. Wade has been around the NHRDA forever, and that is one fast Corvette. Those guys put a tune to it when they know what kind of grab, gription, traction they can get out of the Firebird. We're going to see some good numbers. It is a great air day for guys like Wade Minter. This is Pro Modified, 432 at 162. Those are the numbers. S&S Diesel in green. Torqued that thing way over. Got the left front off the ground on the start for Minter. But then he chopped that thing out there about 150 feet, just went for a coaster ride. Top end of the racetrack. That's a good thing about having an experienced veteran driver like that. They can feel it. They can sense it when they know when something's not right, instead of trying to overdrive it, ruin things, break things, crash things. Able to step out of it, put a little bit of a crew and team before ego. So good on you, Wade Minter. I'm anticipating great runs for him as the day continues on. And the last of qualifying session number 1 is going to come from Summit Racing. In our top diesel class, Summit Racing Equipment is proud to be an official high-performance source of the NHRDA. Shop more, save more at summitracing.com. You'll find thousands of parts from trusted brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trailers, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Download the Summit Racing app to get the parts you want faster and easier. Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. SummitRacing.com. Sportsman, Big Rig Bracket, and Super Diesel, you should be in the lanes. 670 and Super Street, this is your first call. First call just means get ready to be called. Donna Krause from Great Falls, Montana in the premier class of the NHRDA, which is the top diesel category in the 2012 Dragster. Now, some numbers in this particular class. Top diesel. Jared Jones has went 421 at 197.3 miles an hour. Would be nice to see a really good hit by Donna. I've seen a lot of her passes over the last couple of years. Sometimes she can get that thing to light and stay lit. Sometimes it chatter monkeys on her just a little bit. So Donna is loaded up anticipating a great run. Ladies, get your digital device out. This is a social media worthy post. One of the fastest ladies in the diesel drag racing world, Donna Kraus. All right, spooling her up down in the water box. Team Kraus. Donna Kraus from Great Falls with a good burnout. That thing sounded very, very sewing machine-like, which is a good thing. I always equated diesel motors with the clackety bang of the Billy Mack my dad drove when I was a kid. Today's world is much, much different. In fact, if you get into the rabbit hole of diesel racing on the interweb, oh my God. They're just as crazy as any other drag racer in the history of the sport. In fact, a lot of the videos that I watch is very reminiscent of the fuel altered class at a nitro show. Fuel altereds are narrow, short wheelbase, gobs and gobs and gobs of horsepower, and they're just twitchy. They're just a twitchy beast to watch run. And a lot of the videos that I see on the interweb, these things the kids call reels, is pretty fantastic. If you've never went down that rabbit hole, I encourage you to do so. It's a lot of fun. There's a lot of events across the nation that produce some of the wildest and wackiest moments in drag racing. However, I've got a feel we're going to see a frozen rope shot coming up from Donna Kraus, trying to nail something down. Wouldn't it be nice to see her name atop the world record list? Some of the world record holders in this class. All right, so what we are seeing there is dumping a little bit of ice, trying to cool things off in the world of truck and tractor pulling, which sled pulling, which we have occasionally at the NHRDA. You see the great big transfer box up where the front bumper would be. That's where the air goes through for the turbo, and they pack that thing with liquid, chilled liquid or ice, just like we saw there for Donna Kraus. The Cummins 5.9 diesel looking to produce some ponies as Donna gets ready to rip, rattle, rock, and roll down track in her qualifying pass here in the premier class of the NHRDA, which is our top diesel class. Coming all the way down from Great Falls, Montana. Donna looking to nail one here in the opening qualifying session. We'll be able to see her 3 times today. Well, potentially 2, but I hope to see 3, both qualifiers, and then she'll obviously be in a main event by herself. That will be the last class to go when we are crowning Desert Diesels and the Desert Champions for today. So posting a number at 119 mile an hour at a 5.436. Donna Kraus in that 2012 dragster, which that will conclude. That will conclude qualifying session number 1. Now we have an exhibition, just an exhibition pass coming up for us. .670 Super Street Hot Rod Semi, bring them to the lanes, please. PPE 670 Index, lanes 1 and 2. Poor Boys Diesel Super Street, lanes 3 and 4. Hot Rod Semi, bring them to lane number 2, please. 670 Super Street Hot Rod Semi, bring them to the lanes. Top of the run order here in qualifying session number 2. The Sportsman class, Big Rig Bracket, and Super Diesel. Copperhead Diesel sponsoring Sportsman, 10-4 Magazine bringing us the Big Rig Bracket, and ARP for the Super D class.
I think this is Sportsman.
So rolling into the racetrack is going to be the return of our Sportsman class. Jacob Batts from Red Oak, Texas. The Silverado going into the left lane, taking on Rick Fenwick from Cotton Shoes, Texas. Couple of Lone Star Stainers, that 97 Peterbilt. Consistency is the key in the Sportsman class, which has been proven 2 years in a row by Robin Ridgway and Tony, our reigning and defending champion of the Sportsman class, 2 years running. So Rick Fenwick, when I just talked about consistency, went 027 red. That's because he is one of those gambler type of guys that's going to try to cut that line, especially running his Peterbilt in that Sportsman class. Now, Mike Pardilla and Patrick O'Donohue. Moreno Valley is home for the Silverado. Coming up on the left-hand side of the racetrack, sponsored by Strictly Diesel. Patrick O'Donohue from Phoenix in the BMW 335D. Sounds like he turns a lot of laps out here at Firebird, so he's kind of looking to cash in on the money to be made in this Sportsman class at the NHRDA. So O'Donohue, he did have a very good pass earlier in qualifying hit number 1. And it looks like he's going to lay down another good pass, cutting the first O-light I've seen of the day, a .040. Everybody else has had exceptionally slow reaction times this morning. Time is early closing in. We are at afternoon now. So O'Donohue in the 8th mile went 87 mile an hour in the BMW. Lapse time of an 8.19. Those are numbers that you can find up there on the scoreboard. Sponsored by KC Turbo right, Strictly Diesel left. Keith Yeager and Nathan Phillip Williams, 2 more of our Arizonans, Chevy Silverado and the Rubicon. Yes, it is a diesel-powered Jeep. Really not a Jeep fan. Do not understand getting ducked. The boost went away for Keith Jaeger from Gilbert. jumped off the line, then fell on its nose, was able to spool it back up and finish out strong, 8:35 with a 7. Remember, this is a dial-in class. They're trying to take all of the information that they can glean out of 2 sessions of qualifying and their ET slips to make a determination of what they're going to dial in to run in that round number 1 of elimination racing. Brett Veal and Lane Wright. Lane was a runner-up from a year ago, trying to get himself into the mix, into the fight, with an opportunity to go back to Texas in September and be crowned not only a national points champion, but a world champion as well. Brett Veal, 3/4 ton Sierra, very, very hard on the drivetrain. When he dumped that thing and let it go, lots of hop as the torque tried to bend that thing over to the right. Gets a 773 with a 1. Did Lane Wright, 401 reaction time. He can clean that up. Veal, 821 at 85 per. Natalie Brecken of the Brecken Family Racers from Glendale. She's got that 1-ton Ford sitting in the left lane. For Strictly Diesel, Dennis Schroeder from Peoria. His blue oval on the opposite side of the racetrack. So a pair of Fords lining up here for today in our Sportsman class qualifying session 2. So Dennis Schroeder, not only did he go red, but he fell well off of the pace. Now Zane Reynolds and Wiley Simonson. Wiley from Wyoming along with Reynolds. Hopefully it would be the last time that these guys would be, you don't want to see the guys that travel together to race together matched up in round number 1 and end up putting the other guy out. You'd like to see these guys that make the trek from like Wyoming or up in Washington or even from way down in Texas to not meet up against a fellow skater when they get to round number 1, top side of the racetrack. Wiley Simonson from Burton, Wyoming, and the Dodge Cummins went 893 on the start, 770 at the stripe. As we get to the conclusion of that Sportsman. Sportsman getting down to the tail end of the field here for their second qualifying session with Brent Gwynn and Braden Ratliff. Braden has been racing with the NHRDA for quite a few moons now in that 3/4 ton Ford. 3/4 ton Dodge sitting on the opposite side, single stack coming up out of the front for Brent Gwynn. This is still a Sportsman category, so that's an everyday driver with a boost bottle in the back running some NOS. .09 to 747 with a 5 for Brent Gwynn. Braden Ratliff off the pace after a 3/4 of a second start. When they get their ET slips, they will not like seeing that, knowing they're leaving a good opportunity to move rounds on the line is not the way you want to give one away. Tyler Cognini from Durango, Colorado, and Bill Hahn from Shepherd, Montana. Truck 8147 for Tyler. He's made quite a few hits for the NHRDA, as Bill Hahn. So Bill Hahn, a top 5 reaction time so far at a 1:16. I've only seen one 0:40. An 0:40 light was the best I've seen so far. And it comes down to the reaction time and consistency, especially here in this Sportsman class. So Bill Hahn, 792 at an 84-mile-an-hour pass. Great drone shot there on Diesel TV. And this was the tweener I talked about in qualifying session number 1. It is just between being a big rig bracket runner, Sportsman class, and a hot rod semi. Does not have all of the safety stuff required or needed to be in the hot rod semi class. So Paul Cornelius in the 78 Peterbilt Model 359, the P. Cornelius Racing entry from Buckeye, is going to make his pass here in Sportsman. So the Wicked Sensations Jet Dragster will be coming up in a little bit. Once we get through this qualifying session, before we go into our eliminators, the Jet will make a pass. Going to make 2 passes today. Make a pass here before we start in the elimination round, and then kind of a TBD on when they will make that second hit on the racetrack. Always fun to see the Jets go. Ben Matson and Bobby Caldwell come up onto the line. Benton City, Washington is home for Matson in the Peterbilt left side of the racetrack. Caldwell in the Mack over on the right-hand side. That is way different than the Billy Mack I grew up riding with Dad, for sure. Bet you it smells the same, though. All Macks have that same smell. And Ben Matson is going to get through the 1,000-foot mark at a 19.99, under 22nd at 73 mile an hour. Bobby Caldwell just limping through in the Mack in a 23-second pass, 63 miles an hour, as we are now in the big rig bracket class. It is brought to us by 10-4 Magazine. Wade Matson and Frank Valenzuela. Cheney, Washington, I think, is where Wade Matson is from, the 2004 Peterbilt. Cheney, just across the street from where I'm at. Across the street means about 35 miles. I'm up in 9 Mile Falls, Washington, the Reardon area. Getting to travel with the NHRDA as we hit Arizona, then over to Oklahoma, on to Montana, and finish out in Texas this year for the NHRDA and the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. So Matson and Valenzuela. I'm watching the starter point at the driver that he needs to back her up. He went too deep. And the driver was so focused. He has been that over the last couple of years. It's always fun to see when he gets the Irish boys. Shows up. Some of his other cronies from down there in Texas went 1770 at a 20.415. I was certain that that would be a 16-something down around probably 94 miles an hour, but maybe next time in round number 1. That was a qualifier. He's trying to get an idea where to set his dial in for Sportsman class when we go into that in a little bit. Changing now over to our Super Diesel class. That is the ARP Super D class. Wyatt Plummer from Kingman, Arizona will bring the Silverado out into the left side of the racetrack this weekend, sponsored by Strictly Diesel. Casey's Turbo right lane is Edward Simcox from Riverton, Wyoming. This is a 770 index class. That means they can run 770 or up. Anything under 770 will be a foul. You don't want to go under the 770. So Wyatt Plummer and Edward Simcox. 770 for Plummer went 724 on the 770 class. Simcox went 10.72. So neither one of those guys are going to be happy when they see their ET slips. Some dramatic changes for both drivers will need to be made, especially off of the start line. Plummer had 0.5 of a second. The opposite lane had 0.7 of a second as Jordan Wilcox and Foster Evans make their way up for a qualifying pass here in Super Diesel, brought to us by ARP. Look at the gigantic wheel hop out of the 1-ton Ford. That thing was so stiff back there. To get that thing to bounce up and down is like watching the rear end of my mother-in-law. So Foster Evans from Mesa, Arizona with a big hippity hop out of the 1-ton. Jordan Wilcox, decent pass in the 770 class, went 770 with a 2 at 95 miles an hour. However, Jordan left a little bit to be desired off the start at a 0.6 of a second reaction time. Got to start thinking about those numbers when they get their ET slips, to what they can do, what they need to do, how much better they could be when it gets to those eliminators Two go down and only one come back, and you don't want to be the one that's done for the day. Jeff Avery, Barnhart, Missouri, and Matt Meyer from Tennessee, Readyville, Tennessee. I think we're up to a dozen states now represented here at round number 1 of the NHRDA Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. The 97 Ford went 791 in the 770 class. Avery was just a tad under at 766. And here comes that BMW again by Pat O'Donoghue in his home track in the 770 class. And Lane Wright, a runner-up from a year ago from Lubbock, Texas. Lane Wright, little eager on the line. 770 class went under by 33 thousandths. O'Donoghue, decent reaction time off the 770 by a half a second at an 8.249 with Griffin Jensen from Utah in the 95 Dodge. This should be a powerful run. He had a very good showing in qualifier number 1. Spools it up. There was a lag and a pause at 60 that was not there in his qualifier number 1. Jensen, remember it's 770 index, don't want to be under. He was by 4/10 at 94 miles an hour. So the Super D class from ARP, that qualifier in the books. We should have the PPE 670 in the lanes. Poor Boys Diesel Super Street in the lane. Hot Rod Semi, first call. Hot Rod Semi, first call. Cody Moss from Payson and Afshin Hashemi from Yuma. That's got to be an LB3A for Afshin. I don't even know if he even actually got staged. He lurched through. He's going to get no numbers on that ET slip. So Cody Moss from Payson, as we went into the 670 class, went 679. Good on you, Cody. Looking like a front runner at 99.5 miles an hour. Guy from Payson can come into Chandler and get a dub. Eric Lucero from Las Cruces, New Mexico, and Blaine Henry from Kingman, Arizona. Left to right, respectively, a pair of Dodges. Single stack out of the nose. Just about dead on identical off the line in that qualifier, but pulling hard and pulling away in a 670 class was Blaine Henry, goes 695. Lucero at 804 as we transferred now into a 670 index class, which is sponsored by PPE. Alex Plummer and Brent Gwynn. The next pair coming up, both Arizonans, both in a GM product, the 2006 GMC, the 01 Chevy. Left to right, respectively, sponsored by Strictly Diesel and KC Turbos. Looks like both drivers were more focused on the finish line than we were on the start line. Plummer in the GMC, he's down there where he wants to be at a 676. Gwynn off by a little over a half a second, so they have got things to deliberate before they go into that round number 1 of Elimination Racing. We should have Super Street and Hot Rod Semi. Hot Rod Semi, they're calling you here momentarily. Super Street should be geared and ready for Poor Boys Diesel. Pro Street, the Dynamite Diesel Pro Street class. We're ready for you to the lanes, please. Pro Street to the lanes. Super Street, which is a 590 index. 590 coming up for Larry Strawn and Chance McKelvey. The Thodge of Strawn. The Ford chassis with a Mopar motor and Chance McKelvey. It is home track here in Phoenix, the 06 Dodge. Ford chassis, Dodge motor. The Thodge from Reading. It's fun to watch. Some of those shenanigans and antics I was talking about earlier. So Larry Strawn jumped the tree. That was where that launch happened. Skipped right over the beam. So Chance McKelvey with 6.106. Dion Taylor in the 06 Dodge is going to get ready to go down the left side of the racetrack, sponsored by Strictly Diesel. Remember to check out all of the fantastic sponsors and vendors that are comprising the vendor row down in the pit area today. Monster, massive, super race day specials going on. Get yours as Taylor launches hard. Picks the thing up. You can see the nosedive. That was a great shot there on Diesel TV. Once he got out of the loud pedal, the nose of that thing just dropped like a boat. 122 mile an hour to 588 in this 590 class. So Taylor is looking strong. Looks like a front runner in that super street category from PBD. All right, race control. Race control brought to us this weekend by Hot Shot Secret because they're powered by science. Pro classes are cooling off from their previous qualifying pass. We are at about a 10-minute hold right now. They'll probably do a little bit of track prep. I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of activity on the racetrack here in the next 10 to 15 minutes while the pro show gets lined up in the staging lanes. That gives you an opportunity to step away. We'll give you a holla. You'll hear me calling for those guys to come to the line, so you'll know that it's time to come back to the grandstands. Swing out, check out the food, check out the vendors. Go get signed up to be part of the Burnout competition. Hot Rod Semi, Pro Street, Pro Mod, Top Diesel. We need you back to the lanes. When you get sufficiently ready, get that chance. NHRDA is buying you some time. Bring the pro show to the lanes, please.
Take care of your diesel engine. It'll return the favor. Add Hot Shot Secret to your fuel, to your oil, and boost power, performance, and fuel economy. Claims proven by third-party testing. and real-world results. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Look out at the horizon. What do you see? Challenges? Growth? Opportunity? Will you make the most of your talents? What obstacles will you overcome? Will you recognize the path to success? Are you willing to be a part of something bigger? Are you built to be a cat dealer tech?
For over 20 years, Driven Diesel has been an innovator and a market leader in the world of 7.3 and 6.0 fuel system products. We've been first to market with numerous product features and designs, and we've revised and expanded our product line to keep up with the ever-changing needs of diesel pickup owners. With our new in-house CNC capability and continued focus on U.S. production, product quality, and innovation, we are more focused than ever on developing unique solutions to modern diesel problems. Check us out at drivendiesel.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means your truck is getting transformed. Built with Summit means less job site downtime because you're not waiting on parts. And Built with Summit means you're getting the best prices in the industry, which means more money for the workday and for the weekend. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Unleash your diesel with Hot Shot Secret. Scientifically proven to increase power, fuel economy, and reliability. Diesel Extreme and Everyday Diesel Treatment reduce DPF regens by up to 83%. Section Eliminator followed by FR3 Friction Reducer reduce engine wear by up to 62%. Those aren't random numbers. They're the actual improvements confirmed by third-party testing, keeping your diesel running efficiently. With Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Is your stock oil pan killing your engine? Factory stock pans leave behind sludge, shavings, and contaminants that can lead to costly repairs. Upgrade now to a PPE engine oil pan. Its precision cast aluminum design ensures a complete drain out and increased cooling. Every PPE pan includes a magnetic drain plug and a limited lifetime warranty. Don't wait for engine failure. Visit ppepower.com today to give your engine the protection it deserves.
At Dynamite Diesel Products, we specialize in providing the fueling your truck needs. From high-performance race trucks to daily drivers, we strive to provide clean and smooth horsepower. We calibrate and balance injection rate to the tightest tolerances in the industry. Dynamite Diesel constantly upgrades machining and processes based off many years of experience to provide the best product possible. At Dynamite, fueling is our passion.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for your diesel engine. From main studs to rod bolts to head studs, ARP outperforms and outlasts factory hardware. When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
Pro Street, Pro Mod, and Top Diesel. We need you back to the lanes, please. Pro Street, Pro Mod, Top Diesel, back to the lanes. And it does sound like the pro show is about ready to go here at the bottom of the qualifying session number 2. So if you have stepped away from the grandstand seating area, you might want to make your way back towards the fence line or into the grandstands, as we do have just a couple more minutes before we turn loose. The Hot Rod Semi, Pro Street, Pro Mod, and Top Diesel categories. Lots to see and do here during the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. The dyno is operating out in the pit area. The vendors are open. The food booths are open. Later this afternoon, we will have the Australian style burnout competition out in the pit area. Australian style means it's not a stationary burn like you've seen in the past. This is, you must keep moving for your entire allocated time of burnout. Big payouts too in the pro class. There's $2,500 to win, $1,000 to runner up. Then there's a street class, $1,250 to win, $750 to runner up. In that burnout competition, Australian style, there is a 4 p.m. deadline. You must sign up at the NHRDA booth by 4 p.m. to be part of the burnout contest. For those of you who are on the pit area side of the grandstands, that front wall is a safety area. For those of you that are sitting on the wall with your legs hanging over, yeah, you. We do need you to move back and just stand behind the wall or go get a grandstand seat. There isn't a bad seat here. There's a lot of them left and available. So again, we do need that safety wall clear of all children and small-minded adults. Once again, we do need the safety wall clear of all persons. Here on the pit side of the racetrack, there is a white safety wall down there in front of the grandstand seating area. We got a few folks using that as a place to rest their weary legs. That is an unsafe place for you, so please remove yourself from the safety wall here on the pit side. That's the left side of the racetrack.
Attention pits. Pro Street guys, you got 4 minutes. 4 minutes to be in the lanes if you want your second and final qualifying round. Pro Street, again, I got 2 out there. I'm waiting on 2. If you're going to make your second qualifying round, I need you to come to the lanes. If you're not here, we're going to think you do not want your second qualifying round. Pro Mod and Top Diesel, I need you here in the next 10 minutes. Pro Mod and Top Diesel in the next 10 minutes. Once we're done with this, then we will get the ladder set. We'll bring out the jet car and we'll start elimination. So again, Pro Street, you are now at 3 minutes. Pro Street at 3 minutes. Top Diesel and Pro Mod, I've got you at 10 minutes. To the staging lane, second and final qualifying round.
You can see there on Diesel TV the interest in today's event is there are lots of folks stacked up like cordwood trying to get into see the NHRDA, the Burnout competition, the Dyno, the vendors, the drag racing. Loading them up here at Firebird.
All right, Scott, I just talked to the Wade Minter crew over there. They have changed suspension a little bit, changed the tune-up, and that's why we're out dragging the track. They're going to throw probably another 200 to 300 horsepower at it. They're going to be around 3,000 horsepower this time when they leave the line. So hopefully that left tire stays down and we've got a straight angle shot into a new record.
So puffing along as we go into the hot rod semi-class. Oscar Velasquez just brought the 57 Kenworth to light. Now we're going to see probably one of our bigger burnouts of the day. Oscar Velasquez coming from that old school generation like Wayne Talkington, Gord Cooper. Like to have those big, fat, nasty, gnarly burnouts in this hot rod semi-class. Unfortunately, Gord Cooper, Mario, nor Dave Stewart, none of them actually made it. And I've got to believe that something untoward had to have happened to keep those three from being here to open things up. Is a big, big burnout by Oscar Velasquez as he is ready to take that Kenworth down the racetrack here in our hot rod semi-class. Much smoother run than we saw from Oscar there in round number 1 of qualifying. It's going to be a good hit for the old man. 11:33 at 1:19. Good on you, kiddo. So 11:33. Remember, the world record is 11:20 at 1:22. So Oscar, he's got his sights set on Dave Stewart and that hot rod semi world record, at least at the ET. He's right there, 1/1300ths away, 3 mile an hour off. That might be a little bit harder to achieve than would be the elapsed time. Cut a good light, and he's right there. Sportsman, we need to do the lanes. First round of elimination, Sportsman class. And Big Rig bracket, we need you back to the lanes. Round number 1. Sportsman, a random draw. Who you pair with in the staging lanes is who you'll race in round number 1. Sure would hate to see all you guys that travel from so far away together match up in round 1. You'd be done. Here comes Philip Franklin and Rick Flettis. Flettis has moved up a couple of classes from Super Street to Pro Street. Philip Franklin, the one that says that he could be a new WR holder by the end of the day. Ran that thing in the 480s. The number to beat here in this category in Pro Street. 5:12 on the elapsed time, 145.67 mile an hour. Philip Franklin sitting in the left lane right now in the 06 Dodge. He holds that mile per hour record, but he wants both ends of it. Foster Evans currently holds the ET at a 5:12. Rick Flettis, just off of a world championship a year ago in Super Street, bumping up the program to the 590 class out of Galt, California. Travels all over. That is not only just a racer, that is a daily driver. A couple of years ago when I met Rick and his wife, they were hauling a little U-Haul pup trailer behind the Chevelle as they went from event to event. So the 70 Chevelle taking on the Dodge Ram here in qualifying. Philip says he can get in the 480s. He'd have to back it up by 1%. At the stripe is a 5:10 at 1:43. So that is a new record if he can back it up within 1%. So it went from a 5.12. It is currently tentatively a 5.10. So we are seeing world records run here at Firebird on Saturday of the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. Flettis ran a 5.96 with an 8 at 124. Phillip, 0.8 quicker at 143 miles an hour. So good on you, Philip Franklin, making good on some of those pre-race predictions. Josh McCormick from Moreno Valley in the 07 Dodge in our strictly diesel left lane. This is continuing on with our Pro Street class. Got off the line much better. Boiled the tires in quality number 1. Goes into 6:15 at 120 for Josh McCormick. He's going to be third on the leaderboard after that qualifying pass. Top Diesel, if you're not in the lanes in the next 3 minutes, we are moving on. Top Diesel, last call. Donna, bring the rest of the kids up here to the lanes if you want this second hit. Looks like we have one more Pro Street to go down the racetrack. Then a single and Pro Modified, and hopefully Donna Kraus and the Top Diesel dragster will make it back into the lanes. Once we are done with that, once that Top Diesel goes down, or if not, if it is the Pro Mod, then we'll be getting into round number 1 of Elimination. But first, we will be sending Wicked Sensation Scott Arriaga in his jet dragster will go down track before we go into round number 1 of Elimination as Todd Welch from Cedar City, Utah. Yeah, that run's just about as useful as my mother-in-law, as he will just take a slow roll run here on Saturday. Next to roll is going to be Pro Modified. Last qualifying hit for Wade Minter. So Wade being 1 in class, that means he's got to run a number here. He's another one that made a pre-race prediction of the possibility of running world record speed and time. But he's only going to have this hit and then his main event run. So he's got to back it up. In the world of drag racing, you don't set the number and then that's the world record. You have to do it within 1%. So that means we're going to have to see 2 world record type passes to have world records change here on the opening round of the 2025 NHRDA series. So Wade Minter currently holds both into the world record, 4.32 seconds elapsed time, 162.28 miles per hour. So the 63 split window Corvette, Wade Minter from Texas, lights it up there in the Corvette from Maypearl. Remember the numbers, 432 at 162. Wade's another one of those longtime NHRDA members, another one of those innovative groups that are constantly propelling the world of diesel and diesel drag racing forward. One of the guys has been in the cutting edge of the innovation of taking the diesels from what everybody thought was nothing more and could ever be nothing more than a workhorse into a very, very competitive package. So the Corvette, I think the fire went out there momentarily, trying to get that thing to relight. It always inspires confidence in me when you see crew messing with the dirty laundry, the parachute off the back. You got to use your parachute, you're getting it. And now it doesn't seem like the thing wants to spin up. Seeing a whole lot of those universal motions out there from crew guys, or at least guys in t-shirts that match the team, going, what's up? And now is that a can of ether? That is a smell, along with that Billy Mack that I used to ride in, that I'll never forget. And I haven't been around a can of ether in a day or two. Can taste it and smell it as they... A little bit of chatterboxing going on with the crew. Got the doors open on the split window Corvette. There's a puff and a little bit of rumble. Chris Buheider down there conversing with his driver as they bring the SNS Diesel Motorsports Corvette up onto the line. Remember the numbers again. It's 432 at 162. Test session here earlier in the week, he went 436. The track can give it. Will the Corvette go get it? Frozen rope on a rail, throws the dirty laundry. 445 at 171. So the 171 would usurp the mile per hour. The 432 still remains. So he went 445 at 171.51. The old world record was 162.28, so he will have to back that up by 1%. So Wade Minter will be able to set at least one world record today. We will only see that Pro Modified split window Corvette one more time today. That will be in his final run down the 8th mile. So he does have a chance to up what is currently his own mile per hour world record. Sportsman, Big Rig Bracket, Super Diesel should all be in the lanes as Scott Arriaga brings the jet-powered Wicked Sensations out. Get some burner pops, smoke show, little flame and fire, and the potential, the possibility to go 300 miles an hour. I'm going to bet, I'll bet 243 on the mile per hour for the Jet. Remember, they can go 300 plus. Just been around long enough to know that. I'm going to bet about 243. So Arriaga from Mesa, Arizona. Wicked Sensations. Fantastic social media follow. Check them out on all of their social channels. And spooling up. The General Electric J85 jet engine. Smoke and fire. I was off by 50. That was 293 mile an hour to 537 with a 4 and 1,000 feet. Scott Arriaga, Wicked Sensation. If you enjoyed the jet run, let their crew hear you. Wicked Sensation. So the Jet brings us in to round one of elimination. 2 go down and only 1 come back. Random draw coming up for Sportsman, who they're queued up against in the staging lane, is who they get here in round number 1 of elimination. Eliminators are happening. We won't see any of the pros. Let's see. That's not true. We'll see a couple of rounds of Pro Street. But basically, Hot Rod, Semi, Pro Mod, and Top Diesel, they are done until the finals. So it is Sportsman, Big Rig Bracket, and Super Diesel in the lanes. Sportsman, we need you to lanes. Couple of racers short. Not Sportsman class. Bring them to the lanes. Let's go racing. Sounds like there are two Sportsman racers not in the staging lanes. We are starting Sportsman round 1 of elimination. We do not run out of class. You've got to be with your class. Come on, Sportsman. Hey, Sportsman, I'll give you one more chance. Sounds like there are 4. We are 4 shy of a full load of Sportsmen. If you do not make the lanes by the time your class concludes, you will not continue on. Everybody's just going to forfeit it. So those 4 of you, you need to get to the lanes. You don't want to miss out on round number 1. Come on.
All right, up next, we've got a grudge match happening. We've got Charlie Fish from KC Turbos and Brandon Wood from Tier 1. These are two shops locally in the Phoenix area. This fired up on the internet. Some trash talking happened over the last week or so. We got Summit Racing kicked in $200 gift certificate. Hot Shot Secret kicked in a case of oil, but really this is just about bragging rights. This is all this is. No time trials, no nothing. The rules kind of came up on the internet. It has to be a streetable truck. It has to be a truck that can be driven. It's no full-on race trucks, but really it's going to come down to just a good old grudge match.
So in the Tier 1, that is Brandon Wood. That would make Charlie Fish staging up here in the left lane from Strictly Diesel. Right lane, KC Turbos. Good old internet grudge match. The owner of KC, that's funny, KC Turbos is in the Strictly Diesel lane. So, the local shop grudge match. Now whole shop goes to KC Turbos. Tier 1 gonna pull away the top side with a definitive win at a 644 and 108 compared to the 750 with a 7 at 71. And he has went to the wall. So the driver took his ride to the wall and then got out to take a look.
Attention pits, attention pits. Big rig bracket. You guys need to come to the lanes. It is first round of eliminations. Big rig bracket. If you are in first round eliminations, I need you in the lanes. I only got 4 trucks. And I got 8 trucks that qualified. So again, big rig bracket. I need you to the lanes. Super Diesel, yours should be in the lanes. 670 Index. This is your first call, 670 Index. And also first call for Super Street. So again, I should have Sportsman in the lanes. Big rig bracket. Put down your cheeseburger, get in your big rig, head to the staging lanes. Super Diesel should be there. 670 and Super Street are first call. All right, Diesel TV fans, look at ARP. We are over at the ARP booth right now. Looking good, looking good. So if your friends and family are at home, you can tell them to go to YouTube, look for Diesel TV. This is a live feed right now. Hey, Art, if you can hear me, Art, wave at the camera. Art from ARP, wave at the camera. He's not paying. Look at him. He's making a sale. Good for him. Again, a big shout out to Pickett Custom Trucks. They brought over 250 beautiful big rigs out there. Now we're at PPE. What up, PPE? Wave at Joe, guys. Give Joe a wave. There you go. Hey, Joe, look at you. Your guys are actually working. They're not on their phones. Look at that. Again, the dyno is happening down there. If you want to get on the dyno, you need to go down. You need to sign up. I'm going to go back to the Burnout contest again. This afternoon after drag racing, we have our first ever Australian-style Burnout competition. The pit is 150 by 150. Registration closes down at 4 o'clock. So if you're up in those stands thinking, I can do this, I can destroy a set of tires, burn up a tranny, and pop my turbo, you can go register for the Burnout competition. Power-driven diesel is brought to the power-driven diesel, excuse me, I can't even talk, has bringing us the Burnout competition. We also got the Immortal Racing Crew. They are here. They actually have a Burnout contest down in Tucson later this month. So Got quite a few happenings going on. The pickup show and shine's going on. The Pickett Custom Trucks judging is happening right now. We're going to go into first round eliminations. When we're done with drag racing, then we're going to frantically scurry on over to the Burnout pit. So a lot's happening. Vendor row out there, if you can see on Diesel TV, everybody's picking up some cool swag, getting some special deals on products. It's a great day. Yesterday, I got to admit, Scott, I was not too sure. Right, I almost didn't even bring a pair of pants because I was leaving Washington. I looked at the wife and I said, hey, it's March 3rd. I don't have to put pants back on until September, right? Because we're leaving here and going to Tulsa. And she goes, you should probably bring a pair of jeans. And yesterday, thank goodness, I threw a pair of jeans in the motorhome.
And it is not very often that I come to Arizona that I didn't bring enough clothes. And yesterday was that day that I was like, man, why wouldn't have you brought something other than summertime wear? Knowing that it might have the possibility of being inclement, but much needed precipitation yesterday. It did kind of put a little bit of a damper, a little hindrance on the fun we wanted to have, but Mother Nature just watching out for us, giving us a little bit of H2O. Fantastic day here at the Firebird Motorsport Park for the NHRDA event. This is the opening round. Randy just alluded to the fact that we will be going over to Tulsa, Oklahoma in May, then on to Yellowstone, Montana, and finish the year September down at the Motorplex in Ennis, Texas. Going to be a tremendous year. You can always follow along at NHRDA.com or any of the social media channels, Instagram, Facebook, and the one that he really likes, TikTok. It's one of those names that every time I hear it just sounds silly.
All right, we're now pulling up on the dyno for everybody out there in Diesel TV land. I know you guys out in the stands can't see it, but you could actually. If you want to get on your phone, go to YouTube or to our Facebook page. We're streaming it to our Facebook page also. We are now getting some live shots of the dyno, seeing. I always love that, Scott, because, right, 3 beers in the bar, I make 1,000 horsepower. And I love it. For years we had, if you can put 1,000 horsepower, I'll give you a free membership, a free T-shirt, and a free hat. I don't think I gave away one of those things for 5 years, because 5 beers later, you only made 472 horsepower.
And that's what I've always said. It would be a great way to do a little bit of betting amongst friends.
Right.
You've been telling me for years that you're over 1,000 horsepower. Now's our chance. Go put it on there. Let's lay some money down and find out exactly what you are building. But it's super cool to have the Randy's Transmission sponsored dyno here for this weekend's event. And what I'm actually looking forward to is, believe it or not, the Burnout competition. Those can be a little bit, I don't know, monotonous. Once you've seen it a couple of times, a Burnout competition kind of gets to be, But with a 150-foot by 150-foot footprint, and you've got to be moving the whole time while boiling tires, and when you put $2,500 up for grabs, that makes things a little more serious as well. 2 classes, a pro class, $2,500 to win, $1,000 to runner up. There is a street class, which is $1,250 to win, $750 for the runner up. You start putting that kind of numbers up for a cash prize, and things can get serious in a hurry. So for those of you that are joining us on Diesel TV, welcome. What a fantastic broadcast day. It is an absolutely beautiful spring morning. Spring afternoon, as we get into spring evening, we'll be crowning champions of the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series, round number 1 of elimination. Sounds like we're about ready to roll them into the water box and onto the racetrack and continue on with our drag racing activities. Vendor row is open, jam-packed full of the latest and greatest in diesel technology, NHRDA paraphernalia, as well as other swag from all of the sponsors and vendors. And a very good crowd is drawn around the footprint for the dyno, as they're starting to roll a little bit of coal over there at the dyno this afternoon.
All right, if you're not back in the lanes, that means you don't want to race. So Sportsman, Big Rig Bracket, Super Diesel, we are moving into round number 1 eliminations. If you're not here, I guess you don't want to be here. Be here, be square.
All right, this is our Sportsman Class Eliminator round number 1. Tyler Cognini from Durango left lane, Brent Gwynn right lane. Colorado left, Arizona right. Pair of 3/4 ton Dodges. And Brent Gwynn, what a disappointment for the Arizonan. Red light foul, he left before green. That means an automatic win light went on for Tyler Cognini. The Ram from Durango is going to get a win. Dialed 8 flat, went 8:24 with a 9. Very subpar on the reaction time as well, something he'll get the ET slip. Brent Gwynn's going to get his and just be so disappointed that his day is already done in Sportsman. Remember, this is a random draw. Random draw. Who you're paired up against in the stage lane is who you get in round number 1. And that is going to be the guy from Cut and Shoot, Texas, the Rough Rider. Let's see, friend. Rick Fenwick. Rick was right down to the last couple of rounds at the Worlds a year ago to be a Sportsman champion. I believe he did beat himself in that one, but he ended up winning our Big Rig Bracket class. So Bill Hahn from Shepherd, Montana has brought that 96 one-ton Ford over into the lanes up against Fenwick. Here's where Ricky Fenwick has got to be consistent in the Peterbilt Model 379. Consistency will be the key, and so far he has not been consistent in either of his qualifying passes. 8:20 the dial in on Bill Hahn, 9:30 the dial in on Rick Fenwick here in the 8th mile. Win light will go on for Bill Hahn. Out in round number 1 is Rick Fenwick. Just couldn't get out of his own way on Saturday, the opening round of the NHRDA. I'm quite certain that he will fare better in that Big Rig Bracket class. Maybe. So Fenwick is out in Sportsman, still alive in that round number 1 of Big Rig Bracket. So Hahn, he'll see another round of racing. Chase Nelson is dialed at 780. Jacob Batts, right lane from Red Oak, Texas. In the Silverado's dialed to 770. So the blue over 1-ton Ford. Left side for Strictly Diesel. 780 the dial. Nelson leaves first by a 1/10. Due to the dial in. Now to the top side at 660 feet. Wind light will go on for the 1-ton Ford. Dialed 80, went 90 with a 1. And Jacob, that was a whole shot loss. Unfortunate turn of events for the Chevy driver. Lost that one on the line. Lane right, a runner-up last year in I believe a couple of classes. Lane right from Lubbock, Texas, trying to get out of here. Go back to the Lone Star State with a points lead when we head towards Tulsa in May. Mark Partia. Partia is dialed to 10 flat. The Chevy from California left 2.5 seconds before the Chevy from Lubbock. Partia went under by 27 one-thousandths of a second. Beat himself at the top end of the racetrack. Lane right dialed to 767, went 769 with a 3. So Lane right is going to see another round of racing in Sportsman with Keith Jager and Dennis Schroeder coming up. 2000 Ford from Peoria sitting over in the KC Turbo right lane. Gilbert, Arizona's home for Keith Jager. the 2003 Chevy Silverado. 680 was the dial in for Jaeger, and that's going to be a red light foul. Dennis Schroeder is out. Went 220 under, red light foul. He's done for the day. Now comparatively, nearly 0.2 of a second off of his dial in was Keith Jaeger. Dialed 680, went 6.994. So a little bit of fine-tuning adjustment could be made there to keep himself in the next round and moving rounds on past the second one. Nathan Williams, Sholo, Arizona, the Rubicon. Natalie Brecken. Natalie been a little bit off kilter there in those qualifiers, but I've got a feeling that the Brecken family racers have got her coached up. The 1 ton out of Glendale has dialed 11.90 seconds. She cannot go under that. She is going to leave by 1.2 seconds before Nathan Williams. That's where the Rubicon driver's got to show a little patience, and he does. However, Natalie is on it. If she runs her number, she's got a chance to see a win light. Double breakout. They both went under their respective dial-ins. The worst of the two offenders was Williams. So Natalie Brecken will see the win light. She keeps her day of racing alive. Dialed 1190, went 11.798. There's where you get into some of those elimination round excitements. Brett Veal, Braden Ratliff. Ratliff, one of those drivers that has been racing with us for many, many years at the NHRDA. Surprise Arizona's home for the 3/4 ton Blue Oval. The Sierra 3/4 ton here, the left lane for Strictly Diesel. Brett Veal is dialed at 830. So Ratliff dialed 8.95. Veal posted 830. Ratliff drove under his dial, so that hands the win light to Brett Veal. 8.319 on the 30 dial. Good on you, Brett. Looking sharp here on Saturday in round number 1 of elimination. Brought his A game, his race face for Brett. Getting down to the bottom of the run order here in round number 1, Zane Reynolds from Riverton, Wyoming. I just had a feeling it was going to work out for these guys that way. Riley Simonson, Zane Reynolds, both traveling all the way down here to Firebird from Wyoming. Both guys running Mopar 3/4 tons. The Wind River Diesel sponsored Zane Reynolds and Wiley Simonson, both dudes from Wyoming. One of them's done for the day. That's the unfortunate turn of events. Uh-oh, there goes a gas can. Fell right out of the back. Oh, he got wild. All sorts of crazy in the right-hand side of the racetrack. You can see he is shotgunning stuff out of that right middle of the chassis on the right-hand side. Absolutely still puking stuff. Left a 5-gallon can behind. So I think we will have some of the track staff here from Firebird. I'm just watching by my unassisted eye that I thought I saw something was being dispersed out of the truck. And I think it's kind of conclusive now that I can see it on the Diesel TV feed. But we'll put boots on the ground there at the top end of the racetrack and see how much cleanup they're going to have to do, and I believe it's going to be quite a little bit, because he went absolutely squirrely crazy out there about 200 feet. He actually showed a little bit of prowess in that ability to drive that thing and keep it out of the wall. So Wiley Simonson came from Burton, Wyoming to have a crazy ride at Firebird. So they'll do a little bit of cleanup. We'll be back momentarily.
Unleash your diesel with Hot Shot Secret. Products proven by third-party testing to unleash diesel engine performance. Increase fuel economy. Boost cetane. Lubricate and clean out pumps and injectors with Diesel Extreme and Everyday Diesel Treatment. Reduce wear, restore power, and lubricate critical internal components with Stiction Eliminator and FR3 Friction Reducer. Fuel and oil solutions that keep your diesel running in top condition, saving you time, money, and stress. Hot Shot Secret lives in the lab to make sure its products not only perform, but remain best in class. Pick up some today and see the difference for yourself. Hot Shot's Secret, powered by science.
Unleash the true power of your truck with Pacific Performance Engineering. Our high-performance intakes, charge pipes, and intercoolers boost your truck's horsepower and torque. Our high-grade aluminum transmission pans, oil pans, and differential covers ensure optimal cooling and efficiency. PPE delivers unmatched reliability and is your one-stop shop for all your performance needs. Visit PPEpower.com today to learn more.
At Dynamite Diesel Products, we specialize in providing the fueling your truck needs. From high-performance race trucks to daily drivers, we strive to provide clean and smooth horsepower. We calibrate and balance injection rate to the tightest tolerances in the industry. Dynamite Diesel constantly upgrades machining and processes based off many years of experience to provide the best product possible. At Dynamite, fueling is our passion.
Look out at the horizon. What do you see? Challenges? Growth? Opportunity? Will you make the most of your talents? What obstacles will you overcome? Will you recognize the path to success? Are you willing to be a part of something bigger? Are you built to be a CAT dealer tech?
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for your diesel engine. From main studs to rod bolts to head studs, ARP outperforms and outlasts factory hardware. When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
For over 20 years, Driven Diesel has been an innovator and market leader in the world of 7.3 and 6.0 fuel system products. We've been first to market with numerous product features and designs, and we've revised and expanded our product line to keep up with the ever-changing needs of diesel pickup owners. With our new in-house CNC capability and continued focus on U.S. production, product quality, and innovation, we are more focused than ever on developing unique solutions to modern diesel problems. Check us out at drivendiesel.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means your truck is getting transformed. Built with Summit means less job site downtime because you're not waiting on parts. And Built with Summit means you're getting the best prices in the industry, which means more money for the workday and for the weekend. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Copy that.
You know, Scott, I got to take my hats off to the Wild Horse Motorsports Park. Firebird, my goodness. Firebird Motorsports Park. See, they changed it on me for 3 years. Hats off to this crew. I mean, we apologize more and more and more. Usually we only get maybe one oil down during the day, but right now we're calling it the Oil Down Nationals, it seems like. So these guys are working their tails off. They've got a lot of cleanup again. In the driver's meeting again, though, I stated, if something happens to your vehicle, please pull off. Don't be a hero and try to get back in the throttle and drive down the track. Just call it a day, pull over to the side. But it's a good time to go get a hot dog, an adult beverage, as Scott Heaton would say. Get out to the vendors out there. Again, we got everything. If you got a big rig to a diesel pickup, vendors out there got stuff for you. Turbos, injectors, you name it, trannies, clutches. It's all happening in Vendor Row. I'm with you, Scott. I'm getting excited about the Burnout contest. I can't wait to see that. Again, in the old days, we would just do it down here right on the starting line. You had to go into the water box, put your left foot on the brake, your right foot on the pedal, and just do a burnout standing there. Now to see these 7 or 8 or 9,000 pound pickup trucks that are going to do these burnouts and looping around, I'm very interested to see if they can keep momentum going, because you have to be a driver to not hit a wall.
Well, you know, the videos that I've seen of this Australian rules or Australian style burnout, it's very close to drifting, but it's with an 8 or a 9,000 pound truck and a 150 foot square footprint. So if you can correlate drifting with a burnout contest, that's what we're going to give you today.
And the biggest thing with diesels, right? Gas guys can recover, right? But a diesel, if you got your boost going, your tires are roaring, but all of a sudden you just hesitate for that instant and you lose all your turbo, all your boost pressure. Now all of a sudden you've got a turbo that hasn't lit and it goes. So we'll see. I think there are gas guys. It's open. Is a gas can enter the burnout contest or a diesel? It's either one.
Yeah, there's a lot of money up for grabs. That pro class has got $2,500 to win, $1,000 to runner up. Street class has got $1,250 to win, $750 to runner up. You start putting that kind of money, regardless if you go out and you ruin $10,000. It's like a gambler, right? They go to the casino and they say, "I won $100." It took you $300 to win the $100, guaranteed. But when you put $2,500 up to win, or $1,250 up to win, I don't know. Guys are a little bit different, or racers or competitive people in general are just a little bit different. You're willing to push that. You're willing to have that catastrophic letdown to say, "I won." And it's probably good for YouTube clicks and social media stuff too, right?
Yeah, social media stuff. Again, I'm a drag racer, so I don't understand it, right? You're going to go out there and burn down your tires, get a transmission up to 250, 260 degrees. Your turbo temperature, who knows what that's at, right? So you're possibly ruining tires, blowing up a tranny and a turbo, and all you did was go in circles.
But you won.
You won.
You cannot discount the fact of being a winner.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Yes, I guess. If you ain't first, you're last.
I have always looked at it that way. I have always looked at it as if I'm going to do it. I've even talked to you over the years about just when you have a buy run, I would have a complete inability to just make a buy run. I would be set on kill, whether I've got somebody sitting next to me or if it's just a solo pass, with no bearing on outcome or result. Instead of just making the pass, I would have that mindset of go. I raced dirt bikes for many, many years. Typically the races, outdoor motocross, my races were between 6 and 8 laps. I was usually in good enough physical condition to go race pace or speed for about 3 laps, usually about half, and then it was nothing but hold on. But instead of being able to tell myself, hey, you're just at the point of holding on, why don't you back it down a notch, I always seem to want to try to go faster. So that racer mentality to me would make it very difficult to just let off, hang back, and let it happen. Speaking of letting it happen, we are letting the track maintenance crew do their thing from here at Firebird Motorsport Park. One of the best staffs in the world, Chuck Sundstrom, puts together a tremendous crew. They did such an admirable job. They have their national event coming out. You should get your tickets, find out about all of the great stuff that does happen here yearly. There's a great opportunity, a lot of different things that you can take advantage of for those of you that are local, which obviously most of you would be. Take advantage of the great stuff that they have going on here at the Firebird Motorsport Park. Right now, cleanup.
Right now, cleanup's happening. Scott's gonna coughing convulsion over here. I'm not giving you mouth to mouth, dude. Yes, again, hats off to this Firebird crew, man. It's they say it's one thing when it's just water, but when you put either antifreeze or synthetic oil or diesel as a track maintenance crew, you can't say 3 worst names in the world to one of these guys. You found the slickiest, snottiest stuff possible in these 3 combinations. So hats off to these guys. You know, what about this weather though? Right? Being from Washington, well, you're from Washington. We're both from Washington, right? When's the last time you've had a 35-degree swing in less than 12 hours?
I have never once, Randy, in all of my years of coming to Arizona, the Phoenix area, I have never once left home and had it be better weather than Phoenix. So when I left home, it was 52, 53 degrees, blue sky and sun. I got to Phoenix, Arizona on Thursday evening, and it was low 40s. The wind was whipping, and then in the middle of the night, the rain came. Very, very happy to see that they did get some rain. Chuck was telling us that the weather has not been what it typically is, or the precipitation that they normally get did not come at the normal time, so I'm sure that they're very happy to have gotten it yesterday. It did impede our fun a little bit, but yeah, it turned into a beautiful Saturday, though the conditions, it's a good air day, as drag racers would tell you. It is a good air day. And we've already seen one world record go down there in that pro modified class. Wade Minter currently holds both ends of the world record, ET and mile per hour, but he bumped that mile per hour up almost by 10 from 163 to 171. He's got one more pass to back that up to raise that mile per hour world record here at the NHRDA.
Okay, since we are at this break still, Sportsman should be in the lanes, Big Rig Bracket should be in the lanes, Super Diesel should be in the lanes, so we're going to go ahead and call 670 and Super Street. 670 and Super Street, and Pro Street would be your first call. So again, I should have Sportsman in the lanes, Big Rig Bracket, Super Diesel, 670 should be there, Super Street, and Pro Street. When you get time, start heading that way, because once we get done with this cleanup, we're going to shake the dust off. We're going to get rid of the voodoo. We're not going to have any more of these interruptions. We're not
Stop
gonna say the word.
saying that.
We're going to have no more concession breaks for the rest of the day. How's that? We're going to call it concession break. Concession breaks are over the rest of the day. We're going to get back to racing and just keep racing.
Hey, during today's event, there should be one and only one drone in the air over the property here for the NHRDA event. One and one only has been sanctioned by the NHRDA. Any other drone in the air needs to be immediately landed and put away. You do not want to have to deal with the repercussions. It is a pretty serious affair here for drones in the air. So please, if you've got a drone other than the one that's specified by the NHRDA, get it parked.
Well, since we're still waiting for the wonderful, fabulous Firebird Motorsports crew, all my racers out there, let's double check everything. Let's make sure we don't have a gas can in the back of the truck. Let's put the Copenhagen cans away, the Coors Light, everything in the back of your truck, let's take that out. Secondly, let's check the radiator cap, right? Let's check our brains. Let's make sure our right foot and our brain goes together. So if something goes wrong, the brain sends a signal to the right foot is saying, oh, let's lift out of the pedal, let's steer over to the side of the racetrack, and let's come to a stop. So these are all things we can mentally do while you're sitting there waiting for the next race, is to go through your little checklist. Scott's just shaking his head. It doesn't matter how many times you tell him, it doesn't work. So, oh well. I am super happy about today. Yesterday, I have to admit, right? It was freezing last night. The big red light show, Scott, I know you didn't get to see it. That was absolutely amazing. I mean, to drive through over 250 trucks on both sides with their lights on, Jake brakes going, stereos. I mean, it's almost like Christmas, right? A redneck Christmas. We don't have Christmas lights, but we have 250 semi-trucks lit up. Attention to the pits, attention pits. I need all my drivers in the staging lanes. All my drivers, head back to your vehicles. We are on about a 5-minute call. All my drivers back to the vehicles. Super Diesel should be there. 670 Index should be there. Super Street should be in the lanes, and Pro Street. So again, I should have all my guys in the lanes to finish out round number 1. All right. Track prep is done. Sportsman guys are pulling up to the water box. Scott Heaton is somewhere, I know, because Scott Heaton doesn't want me to call a race because I couldn't call a race to save my life. So once Scott Heaton is done smoking his cigarette, he will head back up. Again, all my drivers, I need you in your vehicles, This is the first round bye. This is our bye, right? This is our bye in Sportsman. He's a local racer. He races all the time, and we got $1,000 up in Sportsman, so he thought he'd come out here and whoop up on some of these guys, and right now he is the #1 qualifier.
So Patrick O'Donohue dialing 822 on 812 with a 9. A little under his dial end. Thankfully, that was a single lane bye.
Well, good news, Scott Heaton. Good news, everybody. The jet car just called me. Usually they are going to only make 2 passes, but they said, you know what? We want to make 3. So at the end of this round, after Pro Street runs, you will see the jet car again, and then we'll see the jet car at the end. So again, hopefully in 30 to 40 minutes here, you guys want to be in the grandstands to see the second round. The jet car, I think you're right, Scott. I think they want to hit 300 miles an hour for the crowd today. That is their goal.
Now moving into our big rig bracket class. That was the last run. That bye run was the number 1 qualifier from Sportsman. So Frank Valenzuela from Gilbert, Arizona is in that JNL, which is in the left side of the racetrack, sponsored by Strictly Diesel. Jeff Middlerder from Phoenix in the 2012 Peterbilt Model 389 is in the KC Turbo's right lane. Dump truck versus bobtail. Super Diesel, we need you in your vehicles. The ARP Super Diesel class, you should be in your racers and ready to go. So Frank from Gilbert, he has been through 2 sessions of qualifying, now in the Eliminators. Just still trying to figure out how those staging lights work. There he got him bumped in. Now just wait for those amber flashes and the green light goes. We kick things off with our big rig bracket class brought to us by 10-4 Magazine. So Middlerder in the right lane, dialed to 28.23. Cut a light of .507, which is respectively good here in the big rig bracket class. Frank just never did quite get the feel for the start tree today. God bless him. Love having these guys come out and learn how to do it. As long as Jeff Middlerder doesn't not break out, which he just about did, went 3/10 over what he dialed, he is going to get the win light. And then Frank, trying to push it to the limit, did go underneath his dial in by 4 full seconds. So his first day of drag racing is done, but good on you, Frank. Love to see you back. Pat O'Connor and Paul Cornelius. Paul is in that tweener. Not quite enough safety stuff to get into the hot rod semi class, so he is in the big rig bracket class in the 78 Model 359 Peterbilt from Buckeye. And Pat O'Connor in our other dump bed from JTM Trucking. I know that they were part of that show and shine that happened here last night with the light show, the show and shine going on today. Pickup trucks, semi-trucks. Thanks to Pritchett Custom Trucks for bringing out that fantastic showing. One of the largest big rig show and shines in the nation. It happens here at Firebird at the NHRDA Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. Win light immediately goes on for Paul Cornelius in that tweener Peterbilt out of the right-hand side for KC Turbos. He went way under his anticipated dial-in, though, like 11 seconds. He was 11 seconds faster than his dial-in. Dial at 26.35, went a 15.42 with an 8. I would say you're a wee bit off if you're 11 seconds off of your guesstimate from 2 qualifying rounds. So, Paul, what does he do? What does he do for the next round of racing where you can't adjust your dial-in, but what does he do? His initial idea was 26.35, around 15.4. So what do you do? Do you split again? It'll be interesting to see what Paul does the next time he comes up onto the track for round number 2. Our 2-time defending Sportsman class champion, Robin Ridgway from Lafayette, Indiana, currently having to work today, was unable to get down here. Gotta believe that's probably due to a little bit of weather too. That just means that she is going to have to work Tony extra hard. Get to Tulsa, Oklahoma, Yellowstone, Montana, and down to Ennis, Texas to complete an opportunity to go back to back to back. There have been some folks in that Sportsman and Super Diesel class that have been able to do that. Verlin Southwick comes to mind as someone that did it repeatedly. And now could it be Robin Ridgway to go for 3? Is the last one here in class. Is going to be Bobby Caldwell from Phoenix in the Mac, the Pinnacan. Going to go down the left-hand side in the strictly diesel lane. He was supposed to be matched up against Ben Matson out of Benton City, Washington. But I believe that maybe Ben had a little bit of trouble and did not make the line. 23:40 was a dial-in for Caldwell. See how well he does at the top side of the racetrack when he gets through to 23:561. So very well predicted by Bobby Caldwell on the dial-in of a 23:40, then to run a 23:56. Coming up is going to be Rick Fenwick, the guy from Cut and Shoot, the rough and ready Peterbilt. This guy is a true racer, true worker. From Cut and Shoot, Texas, he will hook a load down in the Lone Star State and drag it to wherever the NHRDA is going to be racing. So he makes some money to go racing. Then he'll hook a load to head back towards the Lone Star State. So Fenwick been bumping up against that rev limiter. I heard him out there in the pit area trying to figure out what was going on. It sounded like a little bit of detonation. When 8:47 on the reaction time, that is out of character for Rick Fenwick. Usually tighter on the tree than that. Then dial the 14 flat, went 1388, so he's 12 thousandths under what he had anticipated. And that's kind of where I thought he would run. I thought he would probably dial around a 16, but he did dial down in the 14, went 1388. So the 97 Peterbilt will see another round. Fortunate that he had a bye run because he did break out underneath that respective dial. Had he had a competitor, that could have potentially been the end of his day because he is already out in Sportsman. So Fenwick, his day alive here at round number 1 in NHRDA diesel drag racing. ARP Super Diesel, which is a 770 class. 7.70 is the dial-in you see on the scoreboard for that 3/4 ton Chevrolet. Get a little scratch off start. Not going to like the ET slip when he sees his reaction time. Sportsman. We got your bracket. It's looking like it's shaping up very well in that Sportsman class. So Jordan Wilcox is going to advance into the quarterfinal round now. Avery and Nelson. Avery in the left side of the racetrack, Nelson in the right. The Ford, the Chevy. Win light goes on for Jeff Avery from Barnhart, Missouri. Dialed 70, obviously in the index class, went 77 with a 3, which was just enough to nip Chase Nelson. So Jeffrey Avery gets another chance at it with Griffin Jensen and Jeff Middlerder. We just saw Jeff a little bit ago in the Peterbilt. Jensen Griffin. It's a worst or first in drag racing, and the first foul was going to be that reaction time foul over in the KC Turbo's right lane. Win light will go on for Griffin Jensen in the Dodge from Utah. Wyatt Plummer and Matt Mayer. Serious drag race that time around, but Wyatt Plummer was just a touch too quick. He's going to break out and hand the win over to Matt Meyer from Readyville, Tennessee. As I said, there's about a dozen states represented here in Arizona for round number 1 on the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. The Blue Oval Ford that was new on the showroom floor in 97. Able to walk away with that win. Foster Evans and Edward Simcox. Arizona left, Wyoming right. Blue over 1 ton left, 3/4 ton Ram on the right. Single stack out of the nose. Running a couple of bump bottles out the back is Simcox in the 770 class. Windlight goes on for Foster Evans. Mesa, Arizona is home for that Ford that will take a victory. 770 dial went 7.863 for the victory. So Simcox's day is done. The guy from Riverton, Wyoming, I believe he beat out his buddy in round number 1. So Pat O'Donohue in his hometown track in the BMW, he had a competition by being the number 1 qualifier. Now, with a competition by the bottom of the bracket as he rolls out, one of the better starts we've seen all day long. I've only seen 2 O-lights, this being the second one. 770 class went 812 with a 5 at 88 per for the BMW. So the win light goes on for local Pat O'Donohue. Pro Street. We should have you guys back in the lanes. Pro Street, there should be 5 of you in the lanes. Super Street, they're looking for you guys as well. PPE 670 index class, Alex Plummer. Hey, Okay, it sounds as if there has been a digital device, a cell phone has been left in the restroom here at the tower. Oh, out in the world. Out here on property, there was a restroom that they found a mobile phone. If you do not have it in your hand like you always do, pat your pockets. If it's not there, come to the tower to identify and claim. Afshin Hashemi from Yuma. Left lane, Blaine Henry, right lane, both Arizonans. One Chevy, one Dodge, left to right respectively. Blaine Henry, Afshin Hashemi, 670. Super Street class is next. PPE 670 index off and running. Super Street is coming up. Then we should have Pro Street. Wind light goes on for Afshin Hashemi. Takes that Silverado to a 683 with an 8 at 102. Bumping out Blaine Henry, so Blaine's day is done in 670. Cody Mossy and Eric Lucero. This is going to be a good one at the top side, and the wind light goes on for Cody. So the 95 Ram is going to advance on narrowly over Eric Lucero. Cody Mossy had to overcome a deficit off of the hole shot and drive his way to a victory at the 660-foot mark, which indicates an eighth of a mile, which is what we do in everything besides the semi-trucks. Big rig bracket and hot rod semi, they run the full 1,000 feet on the drag strip. Sounds like there are one more pair of the 670 index class rolling up to the line. The PPE 670 class. And this should be a good one. The Griffin Jensen from Utah in his Dodge here on the left side of the racetrack, and Brent Gwynn from Yuma in the Chevrolet sitting over in the KC Turbo's right lane. Griffin Jensen, that thing can get up and go. He's won some rounds at the NHRDA in the past. Never discount Griff as he goes to get Brent Gwynn. Gwynn's finally in. The leave comparable. In and out of the throttle to get the wind light was Griffin Jensen. So the Dodge takes down the Chevrolet as they fill the air with some black diesel smoke. I know we call it fossil fuel, but it's so far from being dead dinosaurs rotting somewhere. Pro Street. We should have all 5 of you back in the lanes. The Dynamite Diesel Pro Street category. We should have all y'all back in the lanes. Dion Taylor from Phoenix's Dodge goes into the strictly diesel left. Larry Strawn in the Thodge, the Ford chassis with the Dodge motor from Redding, California. This is our 590 index. Poor Boys Diesel Super Street. The Thodge is fun to watch. It's reminiscent of a fuel-altered. Short, narrow, watch the hop and the skip. Usually gets that thing to smooth out about 100 feet, but that first 100 is entertaining. And Larry Strawn off of his game on the start line. Going to be hard to play catch up, and he will not be able to. So Dion Taylor, Phoenix's own Dodge, is going to be able to get around win, put Larry Strawn on the trailer. The Fodge is done for the day. William Skelvey. Cedar City is home for the 3/4 ton Dodge. It was new in 95 for William Terry. Chance McKelvey from Phoenix in his 2006 Dodge, staging up in the right-hand side, sponsored by KC Turbos. William Terry is another one of those drivers, another one of those Mopars that's consistently won rounds at the NHRDA over the course of the years. The power-driven diesel, Horse Torques diesel-sponsored Predator Dodge, looking to get a round victory here in the 590 Super Street class. Big launch there by Chance McKelvey. Chance so and went under, broke out 572 on the 590. That hookup, that tune was just a little too tight. So Chance gives it away to William Terry, as William was well off of the pace of 590 in the Dodge, went 750 with a 7. Oh, Chance is, when you know you gave it away, it cannot taste good, feel good, or by any way make you a happy guy drag racing on a Saturday. Should have an exhibition pass coming up for Oscar.
Attention pits, attention pits. Again, Pro Street, this is your, well, you're past the last call. I have 2 of you here. So I'm guessing the other 3 of you do not want to go in the first round eliminations. So Pro Street again, you need to be here in the next 45 seconds or we are moving forward. We'll give you several warnings, several calls. Pro Street, if you're not in the lanes now, we are moving on.
Oscar Velasquez and the 57 Kenworth giving us an exhibition pass. They've made an adjustment to that too. I told you early. As we get a chance to watch the extended, prolonged burnout for Oscar Velasquez. As I said early, watching after qualifying 1, qualifier 2, and then his elimination round pass, just did not seem as smooth as I've typically seen Oscar's ride. So they made some kind of a tune adjustment and then asked race control from Hot Shot Secret if they could get just another run that does not count towards the end of the day. He's the only one in the class. He's going to be the winner, but he wants to on a frozen rope. Needed to go 504 to back it up. He went 504 with a 4. We have a new world record, which is now 5.04 in Pro Street. Good on you, Philip Franklin. So now he holds the mile per hour. He's got another pass to try to back that up. It was well off of that. 784. So he has just backed up the ET world record and set mile per hour at 147.84. He's going to walk out of here with some very low and very high numbers by the end of the day. Todd Welch and Rick Flettis. Flettis bumped up from Super Street into the Pro Street class in that Chevelle. Todd Welch nailing it. Had a tremendous start and then got out of it 330 feet as Flettis goes 592 at 125. Rick Flettis bumping up a couple of classes and he's making it work in that Chevelle. But Todd Welch, after having a rip-roaring start, has went to the wall. Sportsman, we need you back to the lanes, please. All winners from the prior round of Sportsman, please make your way back to the lanes. Sportsman, return to the lanes, please. Comes our gasser exhibition. Jet car is coming up next. If you want more jet experience, the folks from Wicked Sensations are going to give it to you. We're going to get 3 laps out of the jet car today. I predicted, 243? They went 295, no, 298. When you get to the 298 spot and you want to see 300, the crew, the driver, the fans, we all want to see 3 bills. Sportsman, Big Rig Bracket, and Super Diesel, we need you, all winners, Sportsman, Big Rig Bracket, and Super Diesel, we need you back to the lanes, please. Got a lot of horsepower. That thing is just very precariously keeping traction to the track. You saw him start to blow the right rear off. He was able to pedal the thing twice before he finally got solidly hooked and ran a very good run at 141 mile an hour to 565 in the 8th mile. As the jet is about ready to spool up Scott Arriaga in the Wicked Sensation with a General Electric J85 jet motor. What you'd get out of a military helicopter, one of those things that looks like a praying mantis coming over the mountaintop for those people that live in caves to go, my God, what is that? You know, they take one of those and disassemble the engine, put it back together in a jet dragster and say, let's go 300 miles an hour. So we've got a chance. We went a little bit over 200 miles an hour the last time. Well, just under 300 mile an hour last time. So we may be able to see a big hit. 300 mile an hour. They can't always hear you, but they can't always see you. If you want 300 mile an hour, get your hands in the air. Here comes the Wicked Sensations Jet J85. $292 mile an hour for the Wicked Sensations. So they went 292, 298. That means next time, dial that thing in for $3. Bet you we see 300 today. It's a good air day.
All right, again, I need my Sportsman, Big Rig Bracket, and Super Diesel. You should be back in the lanes for round two. Round two. 670. You should be on call. Once again, I need my Sportsman, Big Rig Bracket, and Super Diesel in the lanes. 670. You should start working your way there. Once again, my Sportsman, we're going to round 2 in Sportsman. Big rig bracket should be out there. Super Diesel should be out there. 670 Index should be out there. Pro Street guys, I'm giving you cool down, but Pro Street guys, we still got to do 2 more rounds. So Pro Street at some point, when you get to that point, I'm trying to give you an hour turnaround so nobody's getting too hot. We ran your last pass was at 250. So we are sitting at 320. So another half an hour Pro Street, and I will be hoping to get you back up here. So it should be in lanes. Super D should be in lanes. 670 should be in the lanes.
So Patrick O'Donohue, this guy, the local guy that came out to just make some money, he's had nothing but buy runs. Both of his qualifiers were singles. All of his elimination passes have been singles. And he has not backed out of the throttle, not even one little iota on these single lane passes in the BMW. Another great light. Haven't seen a lot of them. Typically in the Sportsman class, see a lot of O-lights. Today, that's the third one I've seen it in 043. Dialed 16, went 8.817. So 13 1,000ths of a second from being dead on what he predicted he could do for Patrick O'Donohue. And that sounds like consistent for a guy that runs out here very, very well. Lane Wright from Lubbock, Texas. He goes to the left lane for Strictly Diesel. Brett Veal from Phoenix in the 3/4 ton GMC. He goes into the KC Turbo right lane. Lane Wright just missed out, narrowly missed out a year ago on being champion. I can tell already that he's a guy that wants that title, and he's willing to race for it. So Lane dialed a 755, went 755.0. Boom. That's nailing the number with the wind light going on to the opposite lane on a whole shot victory. Brett Veal dialed to 825, went 827. The difference was on the start line. Lane lost it at Christmas tree. That number and you lose. Tough to do in that sort of form of drag racing. Keith Jaeger. Don't know if it's Jaeger or Jaeger. We'll just go with Jaeger. Keith Jaeger from Colorado. Natalie Brecken was a little bit right. Brecken nailed it. 026 start, 1180 dial, went 1185. Good on you, girl. Keeping that streak alive for the ladies. So Natalie Brecken will see another round of racing. If memory serves correct, she went pretty deep a couple of different times last year in that class. Tyler Cognini from Durango. I've said that last name 4 different ways because he's been up 4 different times. Chase Nelson, 785 the dial, 8 flat for Tyler. Tyler was late on the line, completely asleep on the tree. Chase Nelson, big win for the guy from Syracuse, Utah. In the 1-ton Ford, he'll see another round of racing. Cognini, he's DUN done. Wiley Simonson from Burton, Wyoming. Didn't make it. So Bill Hahn from Shepherd, Montana. Single stack out of the center of the back. Hitting it hard off of the start. He would have had a red light foul, but he was running against nobody. So in at 8.002 unders, so he broke both ends of the rules. Had a red light foul as well as going under his designated dial. However, it was a single run, so that will be declared a win for Bill Hahn. So we go to the big rig bracket. I know that because Rick Fenwick is out of Sportsman. And I believe, I've been hearing him back there sitting in the staging lanes for quite a while now. He's rolling into the throttle hard, getting that thing way up on the RPMs. There was some popping and some detonation. he'd look out the window, watch the smokestack, and then he was looking back towards the center console, and I thought, what is he looking at? I just noticed he's got a laptop computer in there, so I wonder if this guy is into the 21st century technology in his 1997 Peterbilt. Dial of 1450, he changed that up just a little bit. Middleburger, dial of 2823, so Fenwick sat there for an interminable amount of time, 14 seconds before he let loose. Is it going to be enough? Can he get there at the stripe at the 1,000-foot mark? Oh, he went under. So Fenwick, he's out of Sportsman. He's out of Big Rig Bracket. Points will matter at the end of the year. So the win light goes on for the 2012 Peterbilt Model 389 for Phoenix's own Jeff Middleburger. And old Puddin', he's done for the day. Ouch. So the tweener, the in-between being a big rig bracket and a hot rod semi, is Paul Cornelius from Buckeye, going to take on Bobby Caldwell from Phoenix. So it is an old Peterbilt versus a brand new Mack. And it seems like Bobby's getting that figured out over there on how that Christmas tree works. Paul's going to wait a while. 9 seconds before he cuts it. Does not sound like the clutch is releasing the way Paul Cornelius would like in the 10-4 magazine Big Rig Elimination bracket. At the stripe, the win light will go on for Bobby Caldwell. Paul Cornelius just cannot overcome that clutch slippage, and Bobby Caldwell puts together a decent package. Ran a 2359 on a 2356 dial-in. So Bobby Caldwell looking to be a contender in this big rig bracket class. If you've been participating in the PPE raffle today for that $200 prize, get your PPE raffle ticket out. PPE raffle winner number 795005. So if you have the PPE raffle ticket number 795005, return to the PPE vendor booth and collect your prize. Again, ticket number 795005. What do we got here? Jordan Wilcock and Pat O'Donohue in their 770 index, the Super Diesel class, which is the ARP sponsored class. One from Gilbert, one from Phoenix, left to right. Win light goes on for Jordan Wilcock. So Pat O'Donohue, the very first matchup he's had today in either of the classes he's running, the BMW is out with a win light going on for the 3/4 ton Chevrolet. I would not have guessed that. I was expecting to meet Pat O'Donohue in the winner's circle on Diesel TV later today. That ain't going to happen. Griffin Jensen and Jeff Avery. This should be a good matchup. Enoch to Utah is home for Jensen. Avery is from Missouri, Barnhart specifically. Dodge left, Chevy right. Told you this was going to be a good one. Just about dead even off of the line. Going to the stripe at the 8th mile. Both of them broke out. Worst or first, and the worst of the two offenders will be Griffin Jensen, so the win light will go on for Jeff Avery. So the guy from Barnhart, Missouri will keep his race day alive as the guy from Utah is relegated to being a spectator in Super Diesel. Foster Evans and Matt Mayer coming up. 1-ton Ford for Evans. The 97 Ford King Cab long box. Not quite as long as they used to be. We had one that was like a 78, 79 model. When you said long box back in the 70s, you meant long box. So Foster Evans is 1-ton taking on the King Cab of Matt Mayer here in our Super Diesel 770 class. Mayer has the advantage in the KC Turbo right lane, pushing hard as Foster Evans. And at the stripe, Foster's going to run out of time, room, and real estate as Matt Mayer. He is going to get the win out of Readyville, Tennessee. So the Travelers are doing well here in the middle of this elimination rounds for Sportsman and Super Diesel. Some dudes that are from a long ways from home are keeping their day alive with win lights.
All right, once again, Super Diesel should be in there. 670. Pro Street now. Pro Street, we are looking 28. So we got 15 more minutes, and that would have been a whole hour. So Pro Street, if you are able to start heading to the lines, I need you back. So test and tune. So any of my guys that did have a test and tune card, or if you were drag racing and you got knocked out, we are going to have a test and tune run here in probably 10 to 15 minutes. You can make your way to lane 5, or actually lane 4, sorry, lane 4 for test and tune. Lane 4 for test and tune.
Alex Plummer and Afshin Hashemi in our 670 class from PPE. Two dudes from Arizona going racing. Afshin, another really good start for Afshin. He's won his last couple off of those kind of starts, and he follows through. 670 class went 686 at 101 for Hashimi. So good on you, Afshin. He stays in it. Alex Plummer is done for the day out in our 670 class. Yes. Sportsman winners from the Sportsman class should be back in the lanes. We're hot lapping you. Sportsman, come on back. The winners from the prior round of Sportsman Racing, we need you back to the staging lanes, please. If you are registering for the Burnout competition today, the Australian style Burnout, you do need to go to see the NHRDA booth and get signed up for it. That registration closes at 4 p.m. They're shutting down registration for the Burnout competition at 4 p.m. You do that at the NHRDA trailer. Cody Moss and Griffin Jensen coming up. I know I'm not saying Cody's last name properly. I know that he corrected me a year ago, but it's been a year and I'm old. Griffin Jensen from Utah. He just got put out a moment ago in the prior class. 95 Dodge. Good drag race. They left the line almost simultaneously, and the win light goes on for Cody. From Payson, Arizona, the 95 Ram beats out the 95 Dodge of Griffin Jensen. So Griff, he's now done in both the classes he was entered in. Cody is continuing on in the 670 PPE class.
Unleash your diesel with Hot Shot Secret. Products proven by third-party testing to unleash diesel engine performance. Increase fuel economy, boost cetane, lubricate and clean out pumps and injectors with Diesel Extreme and Everyday Diesel Treatment. Reduce wear, restore power, and lubricate critical internal components with Stiction Eliminator and FR3 Friction Reducer. Fuel and oil solutions that keep your diesel running in top condition, saving you time, money, and stress. Hot Shot Secret lives in the lab to make sure its products not only perform, but remain best in class. Pick up some today and see the difference for yourself. Hot Shots Secret, powered by science.
Unleash the true power of your truck with Pacific Performance Engineering. Our high-performance intakes, charge pipes, and intercoolers boost your truck's horsepower and torque. Our high-grade aluminum transmission pans, oil pans, and differential covers ensure optimal cooling and efficiency. PPE delivers unmatched reliability and is your one-stop shop for all your performance needs. Visit PPEpower.com today to learn more.
At Dynamite Diesel Products, we specialize in providing the fueling your truck needs. From high-performance race trucks to daily drivers, we strive to provide clean and smooth horsepower. We calibrate and balance injection rate to the tightest tolerances in the industry. Dynamite Diesel constantly upgrades machining and processes based off many years of experience to provide the best product possible. At Dynamite, fueling is our passion.
Look out at the horizon. What do you see? Challenges? Growth? Opportunity? Will you make the most of your talents? What obstacles will you overcome? Will you recognize the path to success? Are you willing to be a part of something bigger? Are you built to be a CAT dealer tech?
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for your diesel engine. From main studs to rod bolts to head studs, ARP outperforms and outlasts factory hardware. When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
For over 20 years, Driven Diesel has been an innovator and a market leader in the world of 7.3 and 6.0 fuel system products. We've been first to market with numerous product features and designs, and we've revised and expanded our product line to keep up with the ever-changing needs of diesel pickup owners. With our new in-house CNC capability and continued focus on U.S. production, product quality, and innovation, we are more focused than ever on developing unique solutions to modern diesel problems. Check us out at drivendiesel.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means your truck is getting transformed. Built with Summit means less job site downtime because you're not waiting on parts. And Built with Summit means you're getting the best prices in the industry, which means more money for the workday and for the weekend. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
All right, also, Burnout competitors, I know we've said it a couple times, it is 3:40 now. So Burnout competitors, don't be scared, don't be shy. You have 20 minutes now until we close down registration. So if you want to enter the street category or the pro category, walk your way over there, get your registration, get your tech card, because we still have to tech you before we go. And again, all your drag racer fans out there, if you've been over in vendor row, over by the Pickett Custom Trucks booth, you will see a big area squared off with some concrete jersey barriers. That will be the Burnout competition over there. I believe the Pickett Custom Truck Show is done. They've judged. They're handing out trophies over there. We have a lot going on. We started off really slow with rain and standing around, and now everything's happening all at once. It's all coming down at the same time. So the Big Rig Show and Shines trophies are going out. The pickup truck trophies are going out. We are waiting here at the drag strip. So we get that. And again, we're going to have at the finals at the end of the day will be all of our finals at the end. So you will see the Pro Mod, the Top Diesel, the Jet Car. Everybody will be back out. So stay tuned for more action at Firebird Motorsports Park. All right, it looks like we have one guy that wants to test and tune. So again, lane 4 is open for the next couple of minutes. If you want to make some test and tune passes, if you bought a test and tune card, again, if you got knocked out of competition and want to make another pass, more than welcome to. I've been stuck in this tower all day long, and now I'm looking out at the vendor or the food area. Turkey legs, corn dogs, cold beer. It all sounds wonderful right at the moment of my life. Man. Let's get drag racing over so this fat kid can get over there and get some food and some beer. You having fun over there? Yeah? A lot nicer day, isn't it? This is nice weather. April last year was 100, man. Ugh. I like this. This is nice. And of course, Rick's the first one to the party. Rick, I love you. Every time I call you, you're right on time. So Pro Street, Rick is up here waiting on the rest of you. So again, my semifinals for Pro Street, I need you in the lanes. At some point, I'm going to again assume that you don't want to race anymore or you're broke. So we are approaching that 1 hour mark shortly. So Pro Street again, once you are ready, I need you over here. And the next time I come on, we'll probably be talking about moving on.
Last call for Burnout competitors to enter at the NHRDA Trader. Last call for sign-ups. You do need to sign up for the Burnout contest.
Sportsman category. Again, you should be in the lanes.
Sportsman class eliminations continue on. Bill Hahn and Chase Nelson. Pair of 1-ton Fords, one from Montana, the right lane from Utah. You don't drive from Shepherd, Montana to Phoenix, Arizona, or Syracuse, Utah to Phoenix, Arizona and not want to win. Hahn dialed 810, Nelson is 785. Hahn's going to leave first. Moments later, a decade separates these two. And the wind light goes on for the newer Model 1-ton of Chase Nelson. So the guy from Utah dialed 785, ran a 786 with a good O-light start. Good on you, Chase. You're down into the money rounds now, brother. Natalie Brecken is going to end up with a single lane run here in our semifinals. So Natalie, excuse me, my apologies. This is not semi, this is quarter. So Natalie Brecken is going to get a competition bye. She's going to see the semifinal. Good on you, Nat. The way the bracket shook out, she gets a comp bye. A little bit different on her start. She ran an O-light last time. That time was a 239. So maybe she needs that adrenaline dump of being up against competition. Then ran a 794, so she was 6/100ths from being dead on her numbers. So Natalie Brecken got to trim up things as she goes to the semifinal round. Like I say, if I do remember right, she's been deep a couple of different times at the NHRDA. Patrick O'Donohue, local guy that's still in it. In Sportsman, he is done in the other category that he was participating in, the 335D BMW. In fact, it was Brett that took him out in the other class. Redemption for Patrick O'Donohue. He's going to get that victory with an 081 start. That helped. Reaction time victory, a whole shot win for Pat O'Donohue.
All right, we're doing a little track prep here. Perot Street is up next. We are down to 3. Philip Franklin set new ET and mile per hour records, so he can actually reset them again. Oh, you're right. He does have to back up the mile per hour. So the new ET record is 5.04. He did run 147.84 earlier, but he did not have any other passes that backed up within the 1%. So he needs to back up mile per hour and possibly set ET again. That's a mouthful.
Well, they've done a tremendous job. You have to admit, over the last couple of years, they have just kept their nose to the grindstone, that entire bunch. I follow Chris Buheider on social media, and the updates, the stuff that they're doing, they're relentless, and it's proving out on the racetrack. Good on that crew.
All right, guys, another update. Pro Street is in the lanes. We're ready to run the semifinals. Again, my Burnout competition, guys. My Immortal Crew, guys. How about my Immortal Racing Crews? We do need you to have to sign up and do a credit card. I know, or not credit card, a tech card. I know you're here. I know you have 4 or 5 vehicles, but again, without a tech card and without you going onto the run order, we don't have a Burnout contest. So again, I need you to go over, sign up, get your tech card, and let's have a Burnout contest. Here we go. Pro Street semifinals coming at you.
So Rick Flettis, who was bumped up from that Super Street class here into, from Super Street to Pro Street in the Chevelle. That thing is consistent. That driver has been consistent. He gets it here, and he's going to see Franklin in the final. So Flettis letting the Chevelle eat. That's a good run. Thing torqued over, cammed over to the right the entire way. A 562 of the 7 at 125 for the 1970 Chevelle of Rick Flettis. So Galt, California got a winner in the ranks, as he was, bar none, some of the best racing we saw in Super Street last year was out of Rick Flettis and that 1970 Chevelle. Super consistent on his numbers. Philip Franklin now, Josh McCormick coming up. So Flettis gets the winner here. And remember, Philip Franklin is trying to set world record numbers. He has already posted a brand new world record in elapsed time at 5.04. He needs to back up the mile per hour to 147.84. The old records, 5:12 and 145.67. So he's already 2 mile an hour faster. He's 0.08 of a second quicker. What can he put together here in the late stages of a good air day in Phoenix? Philip Franklin left, Josh McCormick right. Let him eat, boys, let him eat. Franklin laid off the line, but will that affect it? He goes 5:05 with a 4 and 140. I do not believe that 140 will back up the 147. Doing the math quickly right now, 147.84 to a 140.93. That's not going to be enough to establish that new world record. So Phillips' record of 145.67 is still holding. Sportsman and Super Diesel. Hot Shot Secret Race Control is calling you back to the lanes. Sportsman and Super D, we need you back in the lanes, please. Hey, remember to stop by and see Hot Shot Secret. Kyle and the crew, they've got free product that they are giving away while supplies last. Make sure you stop by and get your free product from Hot Shot Secret. They are powered by science. They've got the goodie that you need to make your diesel right. Out on the racetrack in that KC Turbo's right lane is a test in tune. We are to the semifinals of Sportsman and Super Diesel. We should have those back in the lanes. Everybody that is in the semifinal of Sportsman and Super Diesel should be back in the lane. Once we're done there, then we would be into the finals of all classes. So all class finals are coming up after what? A couple more passes down in Sportsman and Super Diesel. So this is the semi-final round of Super Diesel. Super Diesel semi-final of Jordan Wilcock taking This next coming up should be our Sportsman semifinal round. That means we are now at the finals. All winners, all finalists, all classes, you should be coming to the staging lanes. So that means everybody in Big Rig Bracket, Super Diesel, 670, Super Street, Hot Rod Semi, Pro Street, Pro Mod, Pro Diesel, Top Diesel. All y'all should be coming to the lanes for your main event passes. And the jet car, get that jet back out here. The Wicked Sensations Jet Dragster's got another hit for us today. Sportsman semifinal, and there'll be nothing but main events after that. So this will be a single laner, as there are only 3 here in this matchup for the semifinal of Sportsman. So Chase Nelson, I'm understanding that 1-ton Ford is just going to break the beams. That's all that is required from the NHRA and the NHRDA is to break the beams, and advance into the main event. You can do that in the semifinal round when you do not have a competitor. Actually, you can do it any round you want to if you have a single lane. If you're in a broke by or a comp by situation, choose to bump the beams, which is exactly what Chase Nelson has done. So Chase is just going to roll back into the staging lanes and anticipate his main event pass, and he'll be able to see who he has to play with coming up in the next pair. Patrick O'Donoghue in the BMW 335D, and Natalie Brecken. So the competitor that gets one of these two is watching and waiting. O'Donoghue, the local guy that burns laps at Firebird all of the time. Natalie Brecken in the 1-ton Ford that's trying to get into her final. We could see her in all 4 rounds this year battling for not only a national points title but a world championship as well when we get to Ennis at the Texas Motorplex in September. Natalie is dialed 1180 to Pat's 820. So Pat is going to have to sit and wait for 3.5 seconds after Natalie leaves. She puts together a good light and then consistent, smooth run her number. Patrick O'Donoghue is playing chase. They get to the stripe and the wind light. Oh, she broke out by 6 1/1000ths. 6 1/1000ths away on a 007 start. I really thought it was Natalie Brecken's day, but it will not be. Patrick O'Donoghue, the local guy in the Beamer, he's going to see a full-size pick-em-up truck in the Sportsman final. So Patrick O'Donoghue, we need you back to the staging lanes. Bring that Beamer back. Attention in the pits, those of you that are overnight camping, there is an event tomorrow morning here at Firebird at 10 a.m. You need to be on the move on your way out prior to 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, please. So once again, if you could just pass that word along to all of the campers, 10 a.m. is the designated time that we need to be matriculating way off of property from the NHRDA event, so the event tomorrow has space and room to move. So once again, campers, 10 a.m., go time in the morning. Pickup trucks in the show and shine today. Pick 'em up trucks that are in the show and shine today. Your award ceremony is 15 minutes away at the Arizona Diesel Cartel booth there in the upper lot. You want to start making your way over there for those awards in 15 minutes. We are roughly 10 minutes away from rolling into the final rounds of racing for the Copperhead Diesel Sportsman. 10-4 Magazine Big Rig Bracket, ARP Super Diesel, PPE 670 Index Class, Pro Boys Diesel Super Street, Hot Rod Semi Main Event, Dynamite Diesel Pro Street Final, Pro Mod Final, and our Top Diesel Final, as well as the Jet Car One More Pass is coming up in about 10 minutes.
And while we're waiting around for the finals, I know everybody has a phone in their pocket, so at some point, today, tomorrow, whenever, go to NHRDA, National Hot Rod Diesel Association, on our Facebook page, or NHRDA_diesel on our Instagram page or our TikTok. Let us know what your favorite part of Diesels in the Desert is. Whether it's a big rig show and shine, it's a drag racing, it's a dyno. Let us know. Chime in there. Let us know what you came for, what you liked. And hopefully next year we keep it in March, because we used to be in April when it was 95 to 100 degrees. I just need to check the weatherman before I leave Washington. So yeah, give us a like, give us a share, give us a follow. If you go to YouTube, you go to Diesel TV, NHRDA, you can see all of our live feeds and our post show. So in roughly 2 to 3 weeks, we will have a cut down 30-minute show. We'll go back out onto YouTube and also onto PowerTube TV. So let us know what you like about the event, and let us know what you don't like about the event. We're open to everything, right? I'm pretty sure nobody liked the rain yesterday. Scott's shaking his head. Never do that. Don't ask your kids what they don't like about the peanut butter and pickle sandwich, right? Crazy ass. So again, we want to thank everybody, though, for hanging out today. Again, yesterday was a rough day. It was rough, but the crowd was still good. Hopefully the food was good. I'm still the fat kid waiting to do that. I'm still looking out there when we get out of the Burnout contest and the trophies and everything. I really hope there's a turkey leg and an ice cold beer over there with my name on it.
Turkey leg. That's 3 days of turkey burps. All of our main event competitors should be in the lanes. In fact, I see Sportsman starting to roll up for their Diesels in the Desert Championship run. Sportsman final. Patrick O'Donohue, the local guy, versus the guy from Syracuse, Utah, Chase Nelson. The BMW versus the Blue Oval Ford. A car versus a truck in the Diesel Showdown. 820 for O'Donohue, Nelson at 785. The faster of the two reaction times is going to go to Chase Nelson, and Nelson wins it. Whole shot victory, a surprise. I really thought Patrick O'Donohue would have come away with a chance to get on Diesel TV in the winner's circle, but he just got nipped by the Utah Chase Nelson. Good on you, Chaser. That 1-ton Ford is the king of diesels in the Desert Sportsman category. Congratulations to Chase and crew. Dialed 28.23, his best light of the day. Bobby Caldwell down 23.59. Little slow off the line. Running out the full 1,000 feet of racetrack here at Firebird. Advantage to the guy from Phoenix being middle order. Top side win light is going to be Jeff Middlerder with the win. The Mac is out. Second place, the runner-up spot in Big Rig Bracket in the brand new Mac. The old Peterbilt holds steady, holds true, and gets the Diesels in the Desert victory.
All right, and just an update on the schedule. So final rounds are happening. As soon as we're done with that, we're going to run down, do the winner's circle for the drag racers while the TV camera transitioning over to the Burnout. Burnout again, if you just show up there thinking you're going to Burnout and you not register or have a tech card, that will not happen. So letting you know right now, when you get mad at me because you can't listen, you have to have been registered. You have to have gotten a tech card for us to proceed. But again, you guys over on the right-hand side over there, once we're done with drag racing, if you want to see the Burnout competition, you walk around the back of the tower there. It's over down as you drop into the pits to come see the Burnout competition.
Here comes the ARP Super Diesel class. ARP Automotive Racing Products, the world's leader in fastener technology. American made. That's all I need to know. That's all I'm going to buy. ARP. Ford versus Chevrolet coming down to the final. It'll be Jeff Avery from Barnhart, Missouri, taking on Matt Mayer from Readyville, Tennessee. The Tennessean in the 770 class is in the Casey's Turbo right lane. The Missourian in the Chevrolet in the strictly diesel left lane. Staging up, looking to boil him down. It is a bow tie versus a blue oval. The classic Ford Chevrolet showdown here in Super Diesel. Missouri, Tennessee, both states that are nice to visit, would not want to live there, yuck. I am a dry heat kind of guy. That's why I like Phoenix, Arizona. So the wind light goes on. The guy from Missouri going to get it done. Jeff Avery Chevrolet beats out the Ford. Went 773 on the 70 dial. Both guys were just about simultaneous off of the line, but the wind light goes on for the Barnhart Missourian. Jeff Avery, good on you. Winner at the Diesels in the Desert. Opening round of the 2025 Chase for the Championship on the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. PPE. Poor Boys Diesel Super Street. Arizona's #1 high-performance diesel shop. They began as a mobile mechanic, and now Poor Boys Diesel Performance and Repairs evolved into a comprehensive hub for all of your vehicle needs. Keeping it clean since 2014. Poor Boys Diesel Super Street. Final. Dion Taylor and William Terry. Dion out of Arizona, here in Phoenix. Cedar City, Utah is home for William Terry. 95 3/4 ton Dodge for William in this 590 class from Poor Boys Diesel. Strictly diesel left lane for Dion Taylor. William Terry right lane out of the KC Turbos lane. Who's going to lock it down? Both guys in Dodges. Both guys have been to the NHRDA, the Diesels in the Desert in the past. Which one is going to get that diesel TV time? Who's going to be in the winner's circle at the conclusion of the 590 index class? Boom, diggity, oh, deep stage. Double red light. Dion Taylor made a simple mistake on the start line, and it was costly. Ouch. William Terry is going to get that W from Cedar City, Utah. He stayed smooth. He stayed consistent. He stayed on it all day long. Dion Taylor had a chance. Doggone it. But William Terry, good on you, man. Congratulations. You are the Diesels in the Desert 590 Super Street Class winner for Poor Boys Diesel. Here comes our hot rod semi-final. Oscar Velasquez is going to make the pass. He's been working on things. He bumped up against that ET world record earlier today. The current world record in hot rod semi in the ET is 11.20. I think he went 11.33 earlier today. So he is just yet another contender that is entering into the fray in hot rod semi. Smoking Guns, Gord Cooper is here today. Sands Truck, he's just been on a little bit of a tootle. The guy's from Canada, way deep. He's down in Florida, caught himself an albino catfish, and made his way up to watch everybody have some fun here on Saturday at the Firebird. So right now, looking for a big, fat, nasty, gnarly burnout that is indicative of the class, Oscar Velasquez. So Oscar's 57 Kenworth, model 921. I wonder what El Manzan means. I hope I didn't just swear. Through the gearbox goes Oscar V. Top side of the race light, wind light goes on, 1173 with a 9 at 120 miles an hour. Oscar is right there. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in Tulsa, Oklahoma, Yellowstone, Montana, or Ennis, Texas, as Oscar is on his game in 25. Track prep coming up for Pro Street, Pro Mod, and Top Diesel. And of course, one last Jet Dragster pass.
All right, tension the pits, ends the pits. Philip Franklin, we are now at 4:40, so we're on a 10-minute countdown for you. 4:50 is our agreed time. Start heading to the staging lanes if you can for Pro Street Finals. And a 10-minute countdown just to let that team know. So we're down track prep. If Pro Street's not there, we will run Pro Mod, Top Diesel, then Pro Street, then the Jet Car, and then we have a grudge match to finish it out. Then we'll do trophy presentation, and then we'll transition over to the Burnout contest area. And then again, somewhere in there is a turkey leg and ice cold beer with my name on it, Scott Heaton. I am telling you, I'm going to be that kid at 8:50 tonight, and I run up there with my $100 bill, and they're going to say sold out.
You know, just trade in the turkey leg.
All right, it looks like Pro Street is in the back of the lanes. So in a couple minutes, we'll go Pro Street, Pro Mod, Top Diesel, Jet Car, and then finish out with a grudge match. And just a reminder, everybody, on property tonight, if you had to listen to that rave concert that I did last night, I got bigger earplugs for tonight, and I'm going to get a bottle of whiskey because that thumping into 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm getting old, Scott Heaton, because, I mean, where are we? Half a mile away from that thing, and I'm behind the grandstands, and the plates inside the motorhome were rattling last night. I'm like, my goodness, people. But then we will transition over to the Burnout contest, and, man, we're just going to continue to have fun here.
I was able to hear a little bit as they were tuning up for last night's whatever is happening across the street. And when you initially had told me that things were rattling in the motorhome, I was like, oh, you know, there's nothing wrong with a little bit of embellishment to a story. And then I was sitting in the rental car getting ready to leave when they fired up last night. And the rear view mirror on the windshield of my rental car was vibrating. So yeah, that's some pretty serious sound waves that are traveling a half mile over here, assaulting your senses at 2 a.m. You probably haven't seen 2 a.m. in a good light for roughly 30 years. So I can commiserate there. There was a time at 2 a.m. things were just getting started. Now at 2 a.m. you've been shut eye for six hours at least by 2 a.m.
Sometimes I get up at 3 to go fishing or hunting or something, but no, I got up. I was not still awake. All right, we were mistaken. That was a Pro Mod there, so hopefully the Pro Street's rolling up. If it doesn't, we're going to move forward into Pro Mod, so hopefully we are close. What a great day today, though. Diesel's in the desert. Again, a huge shout out to Pickett Custom Trucks, KC Turbo, Strictly Diesel, Copperhead, Poor Boys, Empire Cat. Again, without the locals, right? We have our national sponsors too, and we love those guys. They get us up and down the road. Without all the locals getting behind this, that's what makes this event great, makes us want to come back. On our national sponsor side, Hot Shot Secret, PPE, Summit Racing, ARP, Driven Diesel, all these guys, they're the ones that drive us up and down the highway. They're the ones that as soon as I get done here Monday morning, I will be pointed east, I guess, to go to Tulsa. But somehow we're going to Monument Valley, and I looked at it, right? And I get the wife. We always try to do something cool on the way. Monument Valley is not on the way to Tulsa. And I'm pretty sure there's gonna be snow up there. So, what I try to get away from snow, now I'm driving towards in a 70-foot hauler. So, anyway, hopefully moments away. I'm looking out there. I still don't see a Pro Street. All right, we have confirmation now. Philip Franklin is in the house. Philip Franklin set a new Pro Street record of 504. He's got mile per hour at 147, but he has to back that up still. But the 504 is a new national record. If he can set a lower ET and get the mile per hour, he will double down and possibly champion. But Rick over there in the wheel stand at Chevelle, I tell you, when Rick, I called him the other day, Scott, I tell you, he's driving from California. I see Pro Street. I'm like, hey, dude, you bought the wrong tech card. He's like, no, I brought Pro Street. I'm like, oh, you're moving up. you're going up to the big boy world. He's like, yes, I am. And here he is in the finals. How many times last year in Super Diesel or Super Street, he was in the finals every single event, it seemed like.
He really did well last year. It was just, and he was consistently a hitter. There wasn't any time that he limped into it. He won it, and then went into Texas and won it some more. So it's good to see these guys. You know, when you kind of have reached the top of your class, why wouldn't you try to figure out the next step, which is the progression of this sport, which you've seen. You've actually witnessed it over the years, how this has progressed, and it's phenomenal. You know, even when the NHRDA came to you and said, "Hey, are we seeing are these numbers right?" And you're like, yeah, they really are. And they're like, then we're going to need to reassess the safety for these guys, which has put us at an 8th mile.
Right. And you're right. I mean, Wade Minter in the Pro Mod, he owned the Triple Max. He was a Super Street truck back in the day, right?
And that is the one thing I asked him last year is like, so in the Triple Max, you had 4-wheel drive. So you could kind of mess up. You really can because your front wheel drive's still pulling you out, right? Now going to this 2-wheel drive chassis, you can't mess up. You better have your suspension dialed in, your horsepower dialed in, because if you don't, there is no front end to save you anymore. So yes, watching the progression of these guys and watching the checkbooks, to be honest, right? Okay, you're racing that category in your $80,000 truck. Now you're in your $500,000 pro mod, right? It's amazing what the industry comes. I met somebody somewhere in Utah on the way down here, and they remember back in 2005, because I've been doing this since 2002. 2005, we broke into the 10-second mark, and the world was on fire. Diesel industry, when we hit 10 seconds, it was just like everything got turned upside down. So to see the transition now where we have to run 8th mile because we're too fast, yes, it's come a long ways.
All right, so we're into the final of the Pro Show, Pro Street, Pro Mod, Top Diesel. Whenever Pro Street from Dynamite Diesel is ready, they'll load those guys in, get that burnout done. As Randy was saying, we do have that grudge match and the jet to finish out the day here at the Diesels in the Desert. They'll be doing our award ceremony on Diesel TV for all of our drag race winners. And then transition over to that burnout competition, the Australian-style burnout competition. It's happening over in the pit area by Vendors Row. If you have not stopped by the vendors, make sure you stop by Hot Shot. They're giving away free stuff. For goodness sake, go home with a bottle of goodie from Hot Shot Secret because it is powered by science. Philip Franklin and Rick Flettis. The very recognizable 1970s Chevelle, the Duramax dude, and Philip Franklin from San Antone in the Dodge Ram. He has already set a new world record for elapsed time. He is trying to hold both ends of it with a world record in mile per hour. He currently is sharing the title of world record holder with Foster Evans. Now, my apologies there. He just beat out Foster Evans, so he does hold both ends of the world record. He's just trying to increase the mile per hour, decrease the elapsed time. So Philip in the Dodge. It is Opie. Robin Ridgway's got Tony. Philip Franklin, he's got Opie. And Rick Flettis, he's got a wheel stand in Chevelle. Get it, boys, get it. The Chevelle, and that is going to be a wind light at 151.05 miles an hour at a 491. So we may have just seen it lowered, we may have just seen it increased. I believe that's going to be 151.05. I'm going to do the math real quick here. I believe we have set a new ET world record that will be a 491. He thought he could get down in the 480s, and doggone it, he tried. Getting to a 491 for Philip Franklin, Chris Buheider, and the rest of that crew. We'll take a look at some of the math here to see where we stand now, if it's going to be the 147.84 or if it'll be the 151.05 for the mile per hour. So congratulations to the crew. So now our new world record on the Pro Street class for mile per hour is 147.84 miles an hour. So you saw some history, a little bit of history happening right here today for Diesels in the Desert. We're double checking math here on that 491 being the new elapsed time world record. So the 491 will not be the new world record. It will remain at 504. Did not back it up within 1% of the 491 with a 504. So new world records in Pro Street. 504 is the new elapsed time world record. 147.84 miles an hour is the new world record in Pro Street. Mile per hour, Philip Franklin and the team. They promised 480s. They got doggone close. Good on you, kids. World records. So they are doing a little bit of looking over there in the KC Turbo right lane, because I seen pieces and parts come exploding out of the bottom of that 1970 Chevelle of Rick Flettis. So not quite certain what did let go, but there was something. I'm not sure if they run spacers in the four-wheel drive world. That's a Chevelle, but in the four-wheel drive world, you can get kind of like a body lift where they got spacers that go in between the coils. It had that appearance, but I don't know that he would have that on a 1970 Chevelle, even on a wheel stand in Chevelle. And that could be it too, where the preload of that coil lost the load when the wheel standing happened, but is more towards the center of the car. So not sure what came away from the Chevelle, but it was something. The guys are looking at it, make sure that the racetrack clean, green, and ready for racing so we can continue on for the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. Kyle and the crews do such a tremendous job. That guy is amazing. The only guy I run into in a year's time that is on airplanes and traveling more than I am, it's Kyle from Hot Shot Secret. Here comes the run for Wade Minter. Minter, he too has a chance at some world record notoriety. So to back up the 171 mile an hour pass, on the low end he can go 169.8, on the high end 173.2 to back up to 171.51 we saw earlier today. Or the 173 could back to 171. So we may see another world record pass coming up right now for Wade Minter from Maypearl, Texas, in that 63 split window Corvette. Builds around 3,000 horsepower. Can he get it all to the track? They had to pull the dirty laundry. It's the first time in my time at the NHRDA that I've actually seen a parachute used. There's quite a few of the individuals that have them, but I've yet to seen it until today. You know you're going fast when the driver says, I need a little extra whoa. You know he's going to wrinkle the sidewalls on the Hoosiers and try to get himself into the record books. He currently owns both end of it, 432 at 162.28. I don't think we're going to see, we won't see any change in the elapsed time today. It will remain at 432, but we could see a 10 mile an hour increase in the MPHWR. So here comes Wade Minter. History is in his right foot. Ouch. And that is expensive. The rear end just completely locked up. That differential said, I'm not going another even little bit. So, recovery crew is coming up for Firebird. the crack staff that does such a great job, Chuck and his crew, some of the best in the business, and we're always proud of the NHRDA to come hang out, Firebird Motorsport Park. Folks, he just ruined, he just basically took out several $1,000s worth of $100 bills and put a lighter to it. Give a big round of applause. He did it for you guys today. That's Wade Minter. Hey, Wade is out of the car. He's got the safety gear off. Once again, it'll be a great opportunity to put your hands together for Wade Minter. Always a showman, always puts on a fantastic performance, and unfortunately, mechanical, man. When there's breakage, when you're putting that much horsepower on the ground, it's motorsports. Things can and often do go bad, and it has went bad. Something in the drivetrain said, I have had enough. The abuse, the stress, tough. So we're now in a holding pattern before we go to the last pro hit of the day for the top diesel. Donna Kraus should be making her pit in top diesel. Then we have a pair in the grudge match. And then the single run for the jet to conclude the drag strip action for today's NHRDA event. That burnout competition should be happening over in the pit area once we get done with our drag racing and awards. Then we'll throw it over there and enjoy that to conclude our day at Firebird.
Hey, Wade, in case you didn't realize, you're going the wrong direction. You're not paying attention to me. Hey, Wade, do you know you're going the wrong way? So let's go the other way, Wade. He's not even laughing at me. Just shut up, Randy. So now all the pressure goes on to Donna Kraus. We were hoping for a world record, so now it's up to Donna Kraus and her crew out of Great Falls, Montana. I know they drove through snow to get down here too. So I think it's 20-some hours for them too. I know it took me 29 or 30 hours to get down here. What do you think, Ken? You ready? Mr. Ken Kraus, yeah? We're going to set a record right here. That's what I said. Wade didn't do it, so now all the weight goes on the Great Falls team. Again, we're going to have top diesel. We're going to run another exhibition. The El Camino's going to run. We got a jet car, and then we'll end it up with a grudge match. Then we'll do the winner circle. We'll move over to the Burnout competition. And yes, Scott, I am still waiting on a turkey leg and a cold beer.
Just the very idea of a turkey leg makes my stomach sour. It really does. All right, the Diesel Princess. She's going to try to put one together here to conclude the day. As our crack team from Firebird looks like they're starting to disperse out of the KC's turbo right lane. Donna Kraus from Great Falls in 2012 Dragster. Just to kind of give you some idea in the top diesel category, Jared Jones has went 421 at 197.3 miles an hour. That's getting down the racetrack no matter what you are running.
All right, so looking at the Burnout contest, Scott, we got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8. We got 8 competitors, it looks like. One in the pro class. We got some exhibition, some in the street class. And when I heard, one of my guys just said that there are people already lined up over at the Burnout waiting their spot. It's like when you get up at 7 a.m. in the morning because it's your local parade. You take your chairs down there, you got your cooler, and then you sit there for the next 4 hours not to lose your spot. We have an exhibition class. Yes, we do. Oh. Scott's like, I've done monster trucks, I've done motocross, I've done dang near everything. And now, to your repertoire, Mr. Scott Heaton, it is Australian-style Burnout competition.
Ready to spool her up, the Diesel Princess Donna Kraus. Fantastic shots all day long from the Diesel TV crew, giving us some really good crowd interaction, fantastic race footage. And so Donna now going to be given that universal sign of fire up, spool up. Let's go get it done. The Diesel Princess Donna Kraus. Smoke starting to puff out of the 2012 dragster. She went 5:43 at 119 miles an hour earlier today as her best pass out of those 2 qualifying hits that she had. So we're going to be able to see Donna Kraus one final time today load up into that strictly diesel left lane. Burnout time for Donna Kraus. So the 2012 dragster Donna Kraus. Looks like she's waiting for to make his way down track. It did sound a little bit odd there at the conclusion of that burnout. Trying to get a good look here through Diesel TV to make sure that she is not taking safety gear off, that she is just waiting for the backup. The fire did go out. There seems to be some kind of a small issue. Hopefully that they can rectify that. Got her into reverse. She's backing back to the line for her hit. One of the fastest ladies in diesels. Going in to help with cooling. Pretty good looking welds on that aluminum container as well. Whoever did that, good on you. If you can weld, you can make some money in this world. If you got to grind, you probably aren't going to be at the top end of that pay scale. The venerable Cummins 5.8 getting ready to come to life for Donna Kraus and the Kraus family racers from Great Falls, Montana. Cool thing about Montana is you can get Rocky Mountain oysters. In fact, there is a video out there on the interweb somewhere, I'm sure, of Randy Cole's youngest daughter and some of her escapades over bets with dad on will you eat this? Things that are hot and things that are gross. They seem to put some money on. So Donna Kraus, staging, bumping up towards the start light. The last of our NHRDA Pro Class passes going on. We have the El Camino with an exhibition. We have the grudge match. And we have the jet to go down track one more time. So Donna Kraus is going to close out Diesels in the Desert Pro Class. And she blinks through at a 6 flat, 130.5 2-mile-an-hour run. Improved dramatically on mile per hour, 0.6 of a second slower on a lapse time, but that was a 130-mile-an-hour pass for Donna, the Diesel Princess. So the El Camino, one final burnout. They've had a couple of good hits, but they just didn't seem to have everything right, getting the power to the ground. That first 60, maybe 100 feet seems to get a little bit squirrely, starts to walk away from the tires a little bit as we finish out with the El Camino in an exhibition pass. We do have that grudge match and the Jet. Jet's going to come up next. Grudge match will be the last trip down track before we go to our awards. So all of our class winners, we do need all of our class winners back down here in the staging lane for their Diesel TV winner's circle time here at the base of the tower. So all winners, we need you back to the staging lanes for your Diesel TV time. Seemingly overcame any kind of sliction. And the second time today, we see the Dirty Laundry, the parachute, come out the back of 5:14.9 at 153. So one of our top mile-an-hour passes just posted by the El Camino in the exhibition pass. Spooling up the Wicked Sensations Jet Dragster, that General Electric J85 jet engine. Spooling up for Wicked Sensation. They bumped up against 300 today at 298 mile an hour. Second pass, I think, was 294. And typically, if a jet dragster crew comes and says we want to run an additional pass, they think 300 is obtainable. I'd like to see it. What a great way to end the day on the drag strip. Smoke, fire, burner pups, and 300 miles an hour. Kept it lit all the way to the top at 293 miles an hour. Give a big round of applause for the Wicked Sensation Jet Car team.
All right, I need all my winners, all my champions. I need you to the winner's circle. Again, all my drag racing winners, I need you to the winner's circle. We can do driver interviews so we can transition over to the burnout contest. Everybody up in the stands. Again, we're going to do the winner's circle down here where we're moving our TV cameras. If you want to watch the burnout contest, I would make your way on over to the lower pit area. And it sounds like you just have to look where all the people are gathered around where nothing is happening at the moment. So, again, it's 5:20. Hopefully we'll be over at the burnout pit by 6 o'clock. Worst case. Very worst case. Scott gives me the ooh face. Again, I need all my drag race champions down to the base of the tower to the winner's circle.
You can take a look here on Diesel TV if you've got your mobile device here at the live event. Take a look at that at Diesel TV. We got folks 4 and 5 deep all the way around that 150 foot by 150 foot area that will house the Australian style burnout contest. Need to have all of our winners make your way to the winner's circle, please. All winners, we need you at the base of the tower. Today's Diesels in the Desert winners. It's time to get a little Diesel TV time, get your awards, some big checks. Come on.
Once again, all my champions, all my drag race champions, I need you to the winner's circle, which is right in the front of the tower. To the winner's circle. All my champions, so we can get drag racing interviews done and move over to the burnout contest.
If you are in the grandstands and you just moved caution tape, you're going to be displaced because that is where the Diesel TV camera is going to go. So if you just moved the caution tape, you're going to need to be out of that area so they can get the Diesel TV camera up there for the Burnout competition. Diesels in the Desert has come to a conclusion. Round number 1 of the chase for the championship, the NHRDA and the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. It is awards time here in the winner's circle, and we'll do it just like the run order that we had today. So if I could have our Sportsman class winner of Diesels in the Desert make his way over, that is Chase Nelson from Syracuse, Utah. Got an opportunity to get down through all of the racing today, and he came out on top. Congratulations. You're in one of the hotliest contested classes we've got. The Sportsman is the meat and potatoes of the NHRDA. Win here. In May, we go on to Tulsa, Oklahoma. Then we're into Yellowstone, Montana, and then finish out in Texas. Could you chase that national points championship?
Well, maybe. I don't know if I'll be able to make Montana this year. We're getting married the exact day of the event, so probably going to have to miss that one. We'll see on the points, but
you know, the points can shake out because some of the other contenders, some of the other hitters, the defending champion from a year ago did not make round number 1, so you could miss a round 2 and still be right there.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens. I may make it. So.
How about sponsors, support from family, friends, and the crew?
Well, a ton of support, that's for sure. First thing, my fiance, Cambry. All my friends that are here with me today, you know, Herbie from PKP Motorsports came down to support me. Larry from SoCal Billet has been a huge help to me. Anytime I need something, he's the first person that I reach out to. Anything 6-liter non-VGT kit, you should reach out to him. He's great. Let's see, as far as other support, there's been a ton of people that I've asked advice from. I'm sure I'm going to forget names, but thank you to everybody that's helped me out.
It takes a little bit of a crew to get into the winner's circle at the NHRDA, and today was no easy fight.
No, it definitely wasn't easy. Everybody probably saw we left coolant down on the track after Q1. Didn't make Q2, but we made it back and got it done. So
you were the start of our oil down nationals.
I don't like to admit it, but yeah.
He did a fantastic job, and he is the winner in our Sportsman class, Chase Nelson. So congratulations to Chase Nelson as he takes away the big check and the hardware as well as the Hot Shot Secret. Now in our big rig bracket class, another one of my favorite classes, our winner, Jeff Middleiter. Jeff, congratulations. It is not an easy project to get through a day, and it's probably not like your every day of driving the truck.
No, it's a whole different game here, taking off and timing out, right?
I did notice that there was quite a few of the big rigs and the full-size trucks that were in that class that had never seen a Christmas tree before. I'm just guessing by watching them get up and tree that was the first time they had ever done it. Sometimes they were too deep, too short, but it takes a little bit of know-how to get down the racetrack, right?
Yeah, it's a lot different with the trucks. With cars, smaller tires, the trucks take a lot more to get rolling to time out that light.
And what does the truck normally do when it's not racing here?
Works hauling gravel. We do new houses here in Phoenix, and it works every day hauling gravel.
It stays busy, that's for sure. JTM Trucking, that was the dump truck that was out here. Were you guys involved in the show and shine too?
No, we just kind of came down for this.
Came to race, came to win, and he did just that. That is Jeff Middleiter taking our victory in the 2012 Peterbilt from Phoenix. Big rig bracket winner, Jeff Middleiter. So JTM Trucking and Grading, the truck works and it wins. Now rolling into the Super Diesel category, Super Diesel class, another one of those hotly contested classes at the NHRDA. Our winner today, he survived a long day of racing, Jeff Avery from Barnhart, Missouri. So a Missourian took on a Tennessean. Come on, step right on over here, get that Diesel TV time. So two of the dudes that traveled some of the longest distances to participate in Phoenix. Is Phoenix now where you're at, or did you haul from Missouri?
I hauled from Missouri.
So you're chasing this thing in earnest this year?
Gonna try to.
You don't drive out to Arizona from Missouri just to go, it's a one-off type of deal. Super Diesel is a hot class too. Robbie Bowermaster is our defending champion. He wasn't here. He's going to be later on. So we're hoping to see you in May when we go to Tulsa, a little bit closer to home, then over to Montana and finish out in Texas. So what's the strategy? You're going to have a points lead going in. Do you play it safe now, or do you just keep on hammering?
Just keep on hammering.
How about how about the folks that help you make that thing win?
all my family and friends that came out. Had friends fly in from home and from Dallas for this. Mark at MTKB Racing, every time I bother him with anything, he puts up with it.
Well, we'll look for Jeff Avery to have a very good showing, because today you did have a very good day from qualifying all the way through. This is one of those classes that you have to be consistent, and you were just that.
We're going to try.
Folks, he is trying for a national points championship after a Diesel in the Deliverance win. Jeff .670 index class. Afshin Hashmi from Yuma was able to battle his way into the winner's circle today. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Was it fun?
Absolutely.
Can you get to Tulsa?
Not Tulsa, but I plan on making the World Finals.
All right, so 2 out of the 4. That's paid off for guys in the past, so maybe, just maybe.
Yeah, I'll definitely trying to make it there. I got to work. I don't know if I can take up all the time to go up to Tulsa, and then I think there's another one somewhere else I can't make it to. But the one in Texas, I'm definitely going to try to make it to.
So you're going to bookend the year. You're going to start the year, finish the year. How was the day? Did everything go the way you wanted, or was some stuff have to be changed?
Kind of, not really. It went better than last year. Last year, that was a new build. Had a bunch of little things I had to work out. But this year, I just expect to come back and go a couple rounds and leave. But I actually, I'm here now, so... yeah, the truck's not as fast as the other guys, so I was like, I got to win at the light, and that's what I did.
And it was a very good day on the tree for you. How about sponsors and family?
I really don't have any sponsors, just by myself, but big shout out to my wife. She's here with my kid right there, Maria, and then my buddy Ryan. He helped me build the truck, and without him, I couldn't do it here either.
Friends and family, they get to witness some Diesel TV time in the winner's circle. Afshin Hashmi doing a tremendous job. Indeed. And here's where we start going faster. Super Street winner today, doing a tremendous job, was William Terry, Cedar City, Utah. William has been doing this with the NHRDA for a while, and it got to feel nice to get in the winner's circle, right?
Oh, it's great. It's always fun to win. So I used to race in the lower classes, and I let my employees race today, and they both lost, but they had a lot of fun.
So what you've done is you just gave somebody an addiction. You know that, right?
Yeah, two people addictions, so we're good. And this guy. My son came out, he crewed for me the whole day, and he's like, Dad, I want to go fast.
Well, he looks like he's about 12, so that means you've got about 3 more years before he's bugging.
Yeah, 11, but yeah, close.
At 11 is the perfect age because they still listen to Dad. Any older than that, they're all grown up with a mind of their own. But as a crew guy, how's he do?
Oh, fantastic. My tire pressure was perfect. My lug nuts never backed off, so we're good.
See your hands. Dirty hands. That's a good man right there. William Terry, the winner of Super Street. Or kiss. Trophy, check, kiss. Now moving into the hot rod semi class. Unfortunately, there was only one of them in competition. But this year is going to be a good year. Because this guy, Oscar Velasquez, he did win this thing against no one, but it doesn't matter. His numbers, her numbers were very, very good. The numbers are kind of leading me to believe that those other guys, like the old man that was trolling out from Canada, I don't know if he was actually up in the tower bragging about you. He's like, man, he's doing so well. You were right there. You're like 13 100ths off of what the world record is. So does that give you a little bit of hope for the rest of the year?
Of course it does. You know, it puts everybody on their toes that we're ready to run against them and take the world record.
the world record is there for taking in this class, isn't it? It just seems like you just need the right moment in time to make it happen.
You know, we came from my crew chief Alfred. You know, he said let's put our suspension in the back. So now we are not rigid, so we're suspension. So we came to test and tune. We really didn't know what the truck was going to do, and I guess his engineering came along, and we ran a 11.3. So we're there. You know.
One of the questions that happened in the tower today, as I was noting the fact that that first qualifying pass that you made was a little rough. You didn't seem to get through the gearbox quite the way I normally hear you go. As the day went on, that did get better, but Randy Cole made the comment, why do these guys not have an automatic in there?
Because a real truck has a manual transmission.
There is the answer. If I want to drive something, I want to do it. I want to drive. I don't want to sit in some car that runs itself. I don't want to sit in automatic. I want to shift.
Of course, and I mean, we want to take the world record with a manual transmission in a Cummins.
I've got a feeling that you guys can get there. How about sponsors and friends?
We want to thank our sponsors, Premco, with they do our diesel injectors and fuel pump out of Texas. We want to thank Steven Salmon and Charlie Salmon out of Australia. They do our custom cam with direct power steering. We want to thank Pacific Trucks out of Signal Hill. If you guys need a truck out of Southern California, that's the man to go to with Mike. And then we want to thank also APC with our heads. They helped us out a lot with them from Vancouver. And then we just want to thank everybody that goes out there and buys a shirt and everything and lets us go out. Thank my crew chief Alfred and my brother Jeffrey and my brother Henry. Also, you know, my wife that puts up with this all the time, and our wives. And then mainly I want to thank our Lord Jesus Christ for letting us come over here and have fun each day.
Amen. Congratulations. The old man, Oscar Velasquez, winner in Hot Rod. Winner in Hot Rod Semi. He had a feeling that he could go 480s. By gosh and by golly, he got awfully close today. Our Pro Street winner, Philip Franklin. That guy is no stranger to the winner's circle at the NHRDA. And now, world records abound, man. Congratulations. It's always fun to watch you guys go. I know that there takes a lot of energy, a lot of effort, a lot of know-how, and a lot of just don't give up. Just don't give up. And it's got to come from the entire crew.
Definitely. We're learning a new transmission setup and just, slowly added power to it till we got back where we were.
Went 491. You kind of thought you could get down in the 480s. It was getting to be a little bit later in the day, a little earlier with that cleaner air. Maybe, is it anything about the racetrack that could have been different, or was just solely in the performance?
Honestly, if it wouldn't have cracked the high pressure line in the semifinals, we would have been there.
Would have, man. And then you went 151. That's got to be exciting to see those numbers jumping like they are.
Oh, yeah. 151. I think we went 153 at Worlds last year, so we're getting there.
Getting there. It's unbelievable, the progression. Sponsors, family, friends, the crew that makes it work, the crew that gets you world records.
See, we got S&S Diesel Motorsport, Truck Source Diesel, Midwest Turbo. I guess that's about it now.
Yeah, they do a tremendous job. And you guys get out here year in and year out. You're probably going to make all the rounds, make all of the passes. And I think that's kind of a goal for you guys, is to make every hit you can.
Definitely, especially dialing a new setup again.
And is the new setup ever going to be done? That's almost going to be every 6-month deal? It's a new setup?
Honestly, I think it's going to stay the same now. We got transmission issues figured out, so all we got to do is keep dialing the chassis, and we'll keep going faster and faster.
Fine-tune the fine details. He is the Pro Street champion and world record holder, Philip Franklin. The world's coolest 63 split-wheel Corvette comes to the NHRDA events. It is driven by Wade Minter. Today, he gave us a heck of a show early in the day, and unfortunately, he gave us a heck of a show at the end of the day, but that heck of a show cost him a bunch of money. He is the Pro Modified winner today, Wade Minter. He pushed up against some WRs early in the morning. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, Randy Cole was saying probably around 10 grand for the rear end. Is that what locked up was the rear end ring and pinion?
I believe so.
You won't know until you pop the pod open and take a look inside. When it locked up, you were in the heart of it. I mean, you were getting it when that thing locked up. Does that make your pucker happen?
Well, yeah. I felt like Oscar Velasquez or somebody hit me in the rear end.
All that momentum, all of a sudden you're pulling into the belts.
Yeah, it was a pretty violent hit. Bam. You know.
Thank God you're safe. This is a very dangerous sport that you guys choose to do, but when you got crew, you know you've got good stuff underneath you. As I was saying to the folks on Diesel TV and live, that it's motorsports. Things can and often do go wrong. When you're building as much horsepower as you guys, 3,000 horsepower, it's tough to get everything bulletproof, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, things are going to happen. So I'm just glad that I'm okay. We can buy another car anytime. Just,
Thank God you're safe. How about sponsors and family help?
Kyle with Hot Shots and then Truck Source, for sure.
For sure. We're going to see more of Wade Minter this year, and I've got a feeling the numbers will go lower and the numbers are going to go higher. Wade Minter, winner, Pro Mod. And now to the Diesel Princess. As she had another great showing today, Donna Kraus, winner of the Premier Class in Top Diesel. One of the things that I noticed this morning, the last time I saw you, I believe, was in Yellowstone, Montana. Today, when you very first came out for that very first qualifying pass, I made the comment that the thing sounded like a sewing machine, because when you started rolling into the pedal, into the power, it just seemed to work right.
It took off, but it's always a sewing machine.
And you got to love that because the crew gives you a good car.
They do normally. When I punched second gear in this last pass, it wasn't there, so I think I ran out of CO2.
Uh-oh. Hey, you going to make them all? We're going to go down to Tulsa, then over to Montana, finish out Texas?
We're thinking we're going to do it. We got to find somebody to go with us.
Did you find a travel partner to make it easier?
No, the driving, and that's all. We can do that. We're going to need some crew.
Got to have that crew. That makes a difference. And crew, sponsors, they make a big difference, right?
Correct.
Any sponsors to thank?
Well, we just sold our business, so we're our sponsor. But we got George Ackerson and the Veterans Association coming on after this.
Nice.
We had some Montana boys fly down to help us today. Mike, my son-in-law, Mark Whirling, and Mike and Dylan and Hayden and a couple others. So that was nice to have some crew. Ken, of course.
Well, yeah, Ken, he got to have Ken, right? All right, so she is the Top Diesel winner. That is Donna Kraus. Congratulations, Top Diesel. Diesel in the desert. So congratulations to all of our winner of today's Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. We are now going to do a little bit of camera moving, get Diesel TV ready to go over into that Burnout competition that is Australian rules, Australian style burnouts. Diesel TV is not done for the night. We'll be back with you in just a few minutes.
Take care of your diesel engine. It'll return the favor. Add Hot Shot Secret to your fuel, to your oil, and boost power, performance, and fuel economy. Claims proven by third-party testing and real-world results. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Look out at the horizon. What do you see? Challenges? Growth? Opportunity? Will you make the most of your talents? What obstacles will you overcome? Will you recognize the path to success? Are you willing to be a part of something bigger? Are you built to be a CAT dealer tech?
For over 20 years, Driven Diesel has been an innovator and a market leader in the world of 7.3 and 6.0 fuel system products. We've been first to market with numerous product features and designs, and we've revised and expanded our product line to keep up with the ever-changing needs of diesel pickup owners. With our new in-house CNC capability and continued focus on U.S. production, product quality, and innovation, we are more focused than ever on developing unique solutions to modern diesel problems. Check us out at drivendiesel.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means your truck is getting transformed. Built with Summit means less job site downtime because you're not waiting on parts. And Built with Summit means you're getting the best prices in the industry, which means more money for the workday and for the weekend. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
So we're ready to kick things off with our Australian-style burnout contest. Jonathan Smith from Benson, Arizona. He's going to be leading us out. 94 Jeep Grand Cherokee. Remember, this is the exhibition class, the pro class and street class. We've got money on it, exhibition. Just like Huda says, they're just showing off.
I can hear nothing over. My name's
So the exhibition gets underway for this Australian rules burnout competition. I'm understanding that you must keep moving the entire time. I think Jonathan made a mistake by not getting into the money rounds. Staying in the exhibition might have been the wrong choice. And they do have a scoring criteria. So we'll be getting scores on these burns. So that was Jonathan Smith in the 94 Grand Cherokee. Now Dustin Rogers. Dustin Rogers in his 66 Ford F100. Back when I was a kid, they said that needed painted. Today it's called patina. So Dustin Rogers in his 66 won a half-ton Ford, the F100, finishing his exhibition. Now William Terry, we just saw Will Terry here a moment ago down in the winner's circle. Now he's going to get his chance to come out and do a little bit of burnout. Will Terry. The Burnout Pit coming alive with a lot of people looking up at the Diesel TV cameras, enjoying Saturday evening here at Firebird. It can win drag races, can now win an exhibition burnout. That's just being flat out abusive to the turbo. Abusive to the tires, the transmission, the turbo. Will Terry having some fun on Saturday night at Firebird Motorsport Park for the NHRDA Chase for the Championship in 2025. One of the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series, our opening round. Driving that thing like he's mad at it. A little detonation, residual fuel not burned out of the Zoomy. And a good stop there for Will Terry as the door opens. Safety crew out to take a look, make sure everything is all right. Literally burning it down, Will Terry. So our exhibition winner, just coming from the judges, is going to be winner Will Terry. So Will, 2 wins on the day, an exhibition burnout and a drag race. Good on you, WT.
people are lame over here. Nobody's making noise. Everybody's lame. No, we can talk about everybody make noise. We are live on camera. I'm trying my best down here. Nobody is getting after it, but here you go. We got the safety truck. They are all loaded up, backing up. Burnout pit is cleaned, sweep, and shoveled into the buckets. We are getting another truck, work truck. It looks like we got a 12-valve second-gen Cummins coming out here next. Trying to get rowdy and make some noise out here. We are live again. Here we go. Yep, I think so. Here we go.
Now moving into the street class. $12.50 to win, $7.50 for the runner-up. Thomas DeLala from Hereford, Arizona. So we should have a 2000 2500 Series Dodge coming up for Thomas.
Oh, wait, I need a video.
Thomas filled the time in the 3/4 ton Ram.
What do we think of that one? That was solid. That was good. I mean, I definitely think he needs to come out here and give us a second round, little jitters. I think he had a little bit of bubbles in the gut, but I think he could come out here, maybe push some more boost and give us a little bit more. I saw some rubber fly off about round 3 coming around the turn, but overall I'd give it a 7.5 out of 10. Looks like we got a nice truck coming in here. This is going to get rowdy. This is going to get rowdy, everybody. Get out here. This guy.
Jacob Baxter from Silver City, New Mexico. The 08 3/4 ton Dodge coming up. I have a feeling, I have a premonition this is about to get expensive.
out of that wall. Even when they're blown up? Even when they're blown up. Where's the driver at? Safety needs to get in the way. He's a driver.
And I don't know how expensive that is, but it's not like what he drove it here as. It's likely just coolant, but yet it can never be good when what you drove here in has to leave on a tow truck. But he had the chance of winning $1,250 here in this street class. $750 for the runner-up.
How you feeling? Good, bro. That was pretty sick. That was rowdy. We'll get her fixed up. We'll do another one. How expensive was that? It don't matter. That's the right answer. Crank it! Crank it! Crank it! Oh, it's great. Not very much. Watch yourself, Bob. Grab the extinguisher. All right, we're good. Crank this other way again. Help push, help push. Need some music in the burnout pit, huh? Oh, quiet iron. Fucking dig. Yo, man. Out of the way, please. Hey, guys, meet you behind this line over here, please. Let's just keep going. Just gotta get on the track.
No, it's okay. I'm just gonna hold this. Yeah, no, I'm not coming in. I just want to hold it up so it stays out of your way.
Nate Collins is coming up from Show Low, Arizona, the 06 3/4 ton Ford of Nate Collins. In my mind, Thomas would be leading that in the first one out in the street class. top of the leaderboard right now with only 10 more left to go.
Come
will be the final in our street class. 2 to go, 1 left here in street and 1 in the pro class. I believe Nathan Collins is leading the street category right now. That's just me though. So the last one here in the street class, Tim Moore in his 2015 Dodge. Poor boys Diesel getting ready to roll it. Finishing out the run for Tim Moore. My money's on Nathan Collins, but we'll see what the judges say. So Nathan Collins will be the winner in the street class, collecting that $1,250. So the final Burnout is our only entry into the pro class of Myers Stump from Cedar City, Utah. 95 3/4 ton Ram getting ready to come out for the last burn of the night. Pickett Custom Trucks is doing the awards in just a moment or two for the Big Rig Show and Shine. Pickett Custom Trucks will be taking care of those awards in just a couple of minutes as soon as we're done in the Burnout box. Looks like that is going to finish out a fantastic day.
Make sure its products not only perform, but remain best in class. Pick up some today and see the difference for yourself. Hot Shots Secret, powered by science.
Unleash the true power of your truck with Pacific Performance Engineering. Our high-performance intakes, charged pipes, and intercoolers boost your truck's horsepower and torque. Our high-grade aluminum transmission pans, oil pans, and differential covers ensure optimal cooling and efficiency. PPE delivers unmatched reliability and is your one-stop shop for all your performance needs. Visit PPEpower.com today to learn more.
At Dynamite Diesel Products, we specialize in providing the fueling your truck needs. From high-performance race trucks to daily drivers, we strive to provide clean and smooth horsepower. We calibrate and balance injection rate to the tightest tolerances in the industry. Dynamite Diesel constantly upgrades machining and processes based off many years of experience to provide the best product possible. At Dynamite, fueling is our passion.
Look out at the horizon. What do you see? Challenges? Growth? Opportunity? Will you make the most of your talents? What obstacles will you overcome? Will you recognize the path to success? Are you willing to be a part of something bigger? Are you built to be a CAT dealer tech?
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for your diesel engine. From main studs to rod bolts to head studs, ARP outperforms and outlasts factory hardware. When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
For over 20 years, Driven Diesel has been an innovator and a market leader in the world of 7.3 and 6.0 fuel system products. We've been first to market with numerous product features and designs, and we've revised and expanded our product line to keep up with the ever-changing needs of diesel pickup owners. With our new in-house CNC capability and continued focus on U.S. production, product quality, and innovation, we are more focused than ever on developing unique solutions to modern diesel problems. Check us out at drivendiesel.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means your truck is getting transformed. Built with Summit means less job site downtime because you're not waiting on parts. And Built with Summit means you're getting the best prices in the industry, which means more money for the workday and for the weekend. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.